Good morning or evening, depending on where you are. How's everyone doing? Just getting set up here first before I let you in to my dungeon. Just give me a second. And let's see. Just getting some space ready. Where's my door? Hey, there we go. Good morning. How's everyone doing on this Saturday or Sunday day, wherever you may be in the world? We are going to be looking at some cool stuff today. Some fun little projects in the works. How's everyone's week been? Mine has been actually pretty busy. Work was really busy, and yeah, it just kept getting busier and busier and busier. So I didn't get a lot. I wanted to try and stream a couple nights during the week, but there's no way that was going to happen after the work week. But I did get a lot of hobby stuff done still, which is good. Lots of finished off projects, lots of 3D printing up projects. Moon Monkey redeemed mana up. God damn, I didn't get a fucking drink. Thank you though. Let me go grab a drink. Wait. Here, while I get a drink. Alright. Yeah, I do have the door set up for when I leave. I also have this, wait. So I've got a little window that I can chat to you all through. I'm glad. So yeah, this is the little chat window, just in case, you know, you guys try to cause some trouble before I start the stream. But then we have it open. Hey, Mr. Roboto, how's it going, man? Hey Ben, finally catching you live. I'm enjoying your latest bust. Where did you source it? That one is from... I see the socially distanced window. That bust, actually, you know what? I'll show you it. I've got it here. I was going to show it off. So that is a 3D printer one. You can buy a physical, but I bought the STL file. And it's called Reconnect. I will send you a link on Instagram for that one. Big time, because that's a really beautiful bust. Let me swap to the old painting camera and I can show you what we've got going on. Alright, I gotta drink up because Moon Monkey hit me with the mana up. I've themed all my channel points around spells because I like wizards. So that's how it's going to stay, I think. So... yeah, it is. I've been going through a massive fantasy phase for the last good 12 months. Before that, it was very sci-fi heavy. And they're kind of like my two loves, but I'm a really messed up individual, whereas I find it hard to love two things at the same time. It sounds so weird, but I get very torn. I'm a very all-in or nothing kind of guy. So I kind of like go through phases where it's like I'm really into fantasy, and then I'll go through a phase where I'm really into science fiction. But this is the bust anyway. So her name is Reconnect. I cannot remember the guy's name who sculpted her, but I will. I'll post a link. I'll send it to you on Instagram, Mr. Roboto, and I'll share it in chat. But I started her last week on stream, and then I finished her up last night. This was just like an easy, enjoyable bust to paint up, because the last one I did was stressful. Which was this guy. So yeah, I finished her up. I just my goal was to just try and work with a female face on this one. So, oh, Green Boy, you've got the little Lando Pug emotes. Yeah, definitely. I've got a few things I'll be able to show you, Mr. Roboto. I have some sci-fi stuff that I'm going to work on today too, actually. So today we're going to paint up a little custom mechanical keyboard keycap. This is little Grogu, Baby Yoda. So this is a 3D print I have, and I stuffed it. But so yeah, that's the little Grogu keyboard keycap there. What's this? I don't know how. Yeah, you got someone gifted you a sub, Green Boy, so you've got it. Yeah, I finished up some emotes too, for anyone interested in that kind of thing. But yeah, then this is the other one, 2B1 droid, which in my world, ever since I was a little boy, this is called Dr. Robot. So this is another Star Wars Legion character that I want to paint up today. So yeah, we're going to do a little mechanical keyboard, Baby Yoda for my keyboard, and a Dr. Robot. Now I will link that file for the Baby Yoda keyboard for anyone interested. But yeah, so what I finished up this week was a busy work week. Oh, thank you, Mr. Robot, Mr. Roboto. Yeah, it was very, or Todd. Hey, good job on the Kickstarter. By the way, chat, I'll share it later. Mr. Roboto down there has a Kickstarter going. You should highly check it out. It looks awesome, and you should back it and support local makers and independent artists. But I'll link to that later. But so yeah, this was the Reconnect bust. So this is a 3D file that you can get and print and everything. And I will link that as well. But as you can see, I'm very lazy. I did not paint the back at all. I just left it all terrible, and you can see what my terrible supports for 3D print files were. But that's a little secret. So yeah, no worries at all, Mr. Roboto. No worries at all. So yeah, this is her. She's finished and done, and then I put her on a little plinth to kind of display her on my shelf with all my other collection. Then we've got this is the hardest project I've done to date, the little dwarf miner. So he's finally finished and displayed on a little plinth as well now. So yeah, this character was a lot of fun, but boy was it stressful as well. So that's kind of why I took a bit of a break and painted the sci-fi lady, because I wasn't super worried about how she turned out, because it's a 3D file, so I could, if I stuffed it up, I could print it again. But yeah, this is the little dwarf fella that we painted last Sunday. So he was a challenge. So he's finished as well, finally. So probably the longest paint job I've done, to be honest. I think I painted him solidly for a week, and it was probably like 4 to 5 hours at night. This guy, the guy who sculpts these, Lucas Pina, these are like hand sculpted with clay, and then he casts resin of them. And how he sells his figures or his sculpts is there's a 48-hour window where they are available to purchase, and that's it. Then they're gone forever, sort of thing. So I've purchased, they're almost like a limited luxury kind of bust. And they're just very joyful sculpts. He doesn't really do anything evil or angry. It's normally very like sort of happy stuff. So it's different in the miniature world, because a lot of stuff is monsters and D&D related and things like that. So, and I think too, like these sculpts, most of what I would say the pro miniature painters, they paint these a lot. His sculpts, because they're considered super beautiful and they're like an art piece almost. And so that was a little bit of pressure there, that a lot of the painters that I look up to and I try to emulate or be like, they've all painted this bust and it looks fantastic. But then I also didn't want to do something that is just kind of comfortable or safe, because I want to get better at bust painting this year. So a lot of these sculpts from Lucas here, I want to really push myself on. And the big part for me was the dual lighting, like you said, yeah. The lighting shifts was massive. I've never really done that, and I was worried that I was not going to be able to pull it off, especially in the early stages of the figure, because I've never really tried to do sort of the two-tone effect. And then the object source lighting on top of that. I've never done object source lighting on a big piece before, only on very small miniatures where it's a lot easier to fake it. It's like if you're painting non-metallic metal, it's a lot easier to do it on a miniature, because you can just kind of fake it. You just have to get a couple of different greys and then a bright white highlight. But on sort of things a bit bigger like busts and stuff, it takes a lot more to kind of sell the realism of the thing. So yeah, he was a challenge. He's an anxiety induced sculpt. But it's good. I wanted to push myself this year, so I'm happy. The last thing for show and tell, these are 2 practice non-metallic metal gauntlets that I did. And what I've done with these is I've just slapped them on these little wooden blocks and made them black, so it's like some nice little display plinths. You challenge yourself hard. Thanks, man. Yeah, it's, to be honest, like, I think it's because I follow a lot of really pro painters, and I'm a bit hungry for improvement. I like to see that I'm getting better or visually improved. So I had to push myself because I knew the last kind of 3 months of painting, I didn't really do anything that was challenging. It was just like a lot of army painting and then a lot of small stuff. So with the busts this year, I really want to go hard and try and challenge myself to get better. But thank you. Thank you. It was a challenge. It was a big challenge, that one. I did not sleep well that week at all, funnily enough. I dreamt about that damn bust in my head. I kept seeing the lighting effects and everything, but we got there in the end. But yeah, so these are some practice non-metallic metal gauntlets. This was the first one I ever did. I did this one probably 4 or 5 months ago, and then I did this one probably 3 months ago, just to kind of like check out where I'd improved. You can see the back here. I don't paint the backs of these because these are purely practice pieces. So this one you can see the resin still. This one a bit less. But yeah, so these are just 2 other sort of practice pieces. This is a 3D file I got from Ben Cometz, the miniature painter, from his Patreon. So I can print this as many times as I want and keep practicing it to get better and better and better. Paint like the old masters. Good on you to do that. Challenge yourself. Yeah, thank you. I think it's really important in creative fields and art to like really push graphic design, writing, whatever it is. Really push yourself in order to grow and get better. The same 3D print, that's cool. Yeah, that's kind of the goal too. Like, I'd love to have like an army of fists. I've got another one ready to go. I've actually got like 3 ready to go, but I'm kind of doing it in intervals, a couple months in between, just to see if I get better or get worse, and that way I can sort of assess myself based on that. So that's what I like to do with these guys. And one day I would love to do a little gallery show for myself, just like of all the stuff I've painted, because there's a shitload. What else have we got on the desk? We've got this chick. Here you go. You'll like this one, Mr. Roboto. This is a very sci-fi cyberpunk girl. So she's kind of from Neko Galaxy. Her name's Zen. So I'm going to build a full diorama for her based on like a sci-fi cyberpunk street. So very Blade Runner aesthetically, I think. But so this is one of the next big projects for me. So I got to paint this bike up all futuristic and stuff, and same with her. So this will be super fun. So yeah, I'm interested to see how I go with this, because I normally, like, just as you said, hard surface, I normally paint a lot of organic stuff. So this is going to be interesting. I haven't painted a machine since my last WeGo Spaceman project, which was a couple months back now. But the 3D printing's good, man. I've got 2 3D printers, and I just finished printing this guy today. But as you can see, I ran out of resin. I left it on overnight and I forgot to fill up the resin. So I ran out of resin, so the top of him is completely missing. But that's okay, because I'm going to use this as an opportunity to sculpt the rest of the texture on top of it. But this is it's a creature, it's an undead boar it's inspired by the game Kingdom Death. Some guy sculpted this, I saw, for free. So I downloaded it, but it's called the Boar God, and it's an undead kind of like boar with human hands, so it's really creepy looking, and all of its ribs are now these giant fungus mushrooms, and then it has lots of little mushrooms and boils and all these faces and heads and hands of victims it's consumed and stuff. So I just thought this is such a sick looking sculpt. I wanted to try my luck at it. So yeah, since it's stuffed up, I'm going to like... Yeah, that's actually a good idea, like a little cage or something to put people in. So yeah, I haven't decided what I want to do with it yet, but I thought instead of chucking it, I want to try and use this as an advantage to sculpt something on the back here, so I'm not sure yet. Part of me was thinking maybe find another figure and also have like a creature coming out of it or something like that, so it's like morphing. So I've got a few ideas for him. Oops, just knocked everything, so sorry. As a mostly hard surface guy, I learn a lot from your soft surface work. I'm glad you can learn anything from it. But yeah, dude, that stuff that you've been doing with all your kids looks so good. You and Giant Mega Robot definitely got me into the hard surface modeling sort of stuff, especially with the Wegos. The video you did with Miniac made me buy the Wego straight away. Actually, I'll show you that so you can see it, because you've only ever seen pictures. Here we go. So this was the Massive Voodoo Challenge project for 2020, and basically if you've never heard of the website, you should check it out. It's by Roman Lapat, and it's called Massive Voodoo, and it's basically a miniature painting website where he just shares techniques, tutorials, everything, and they do a challenge once a year. And the challenge for 2020 was you had to buy these little 15mm astronauts from one of their local sculptors, Mr. Lee. So you had to buy a set of these little astronauts, and then you had to build a scene with them, and that was it. Whatever you wanted, you could do. Oh my god, I went through so many variations on this one, Mr. Roboto. Yeah, like it started as blue, and then it started as red, and then I just kept painting over it. So the metallic, you can kind of... No, not really, but it's very messy looking because it's so many layers of acrylic paint. You can kind of see a bit of the blue there. Actually, you can see some of the blue of the figure still there. But yeah, essentially what I did in the end was I just attacked it with, like I broke its arm off here, and then I added some wire in to sort of make it look like it was that. I 3D printed some tiny little ladders here and here, and then I added some more wire to the arm here. And then I built this sort of little sci-fi backdrop area just out of, like, this is just foam core with some cardboard on it, and this is just some old sprues from like different kits of Star Wars stuff that I had lying around, and these are just some wooden dowels. So pretty easy stuff. But yeah, this was also a challenge. I went through a lot of different phases with this guy. How do you feel about that versus a bust scale wise? Ooh, interesting. I think I enjoy, if I was to say like what do I enjoy most, definitely robot stuff, because all the robot stuff I paint is very weathered. It's never anything super realistic. Oh no, it is realistic, but it's never anything clean. It's always super weathered and damaged and beat up. I just love that aesthetic, and it's kind of fun because my sort of goal with weathering is just like, don't think, just kind of put it everywhere and see how it looks, and then it's very freeing. Whereas a lot of the bust stuff that I have done to date is kind of a bit more technical with lighting, and then trying to get like for example on this lady here, her skin was a challenge for me because like females have such a soft sort of complexion, and that's kind of what I wanted to try and capture. So that was a lot more of just like layering and stippling and trying to get it to look how I wanted it to. Whereas the robot projects, they're a bit more fun, I think, because I can just sort of go with the flow and see how they look. But I still do enjoy, I think, world building. I'll show you this one here for an example. I love world building and dioramas. I think if I could choose something to do, it would be to build like displays for museums or little worlds. But here's the latest one, which I did a resin pour on recently. Bum, 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 bum. So this is the Tom Bombadil miniature. I've got a lot of cleanup work to do on here, but you can see this is the little scene, so that's probably a bit better of an angle there. But so this is my second resin pour attempt here, so we've got this sort of worked out a bit better now. But yeah, I wanted to build a little nature river scene with him. So you can see here, this is where all the hot glue gun just tore up this base part area. But I'm gonna sand it all back and clean it all up, so hopefully once that's done we'll have a nice little scene for this character. Thank you very much. With this one I did have one leak, you can see here. One leak came down the whole side here, and then another one here. And I think that's because if you can kind of see here, sorry the camera's not great at focusing on this big thing. So I used styrene to press up against the side here to lock it in, but I didn't have it pressed up tight enough, so the resin slipped through, as you can see along here, and as well as on this side a little bit. It just sort of stopped on that edge there. But yeah, so the fun part was getting all these kind of like rocks and stuff down in here. So most of it came out pretty well. But I just used this very cheap sort of glossy resin finish that I haven't used before. And it came out pretty good, so I'm not too angry. And because it's still like the big early stages of the resin stuff for me, it's a lot of fun. But yeah, I have some other ideas of what I want to do with some resin pours, and actually some sci-fi themed stuff that you might like, Mr. Roboto. That I will have to. I'll send you the files later, actually, so you can have a look at them, see what you think. This was the last little project I did too. I made a very small plinth for this incredibly small Han Solo and Carbonite. This is from the Slave 1 Star Wars model kit. So I loved it. And I didn't use it on the kit because I just wanted the ship. But I just thought it'd be fun to make a tiny little display plinth for such a small little character. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. A lot of fun, this guy. But yeah, this is just another one of the funny little gimmicky kind of projects that I do here and there. But yeah, I think it's time we make a start, hey? We've got a few things to get done today. That's right, it's really hot here, so hopefully you can't hear the fan in the background too much. Alright, so I think first off what we'll start with is the little keycap, little baby Yoda here. So just get some palette ready. So I just use like, this is just a wet palette for anyone who hasn't checked in before or seen it. Just a standard sort of wet palette you can get. And this is just a dish sponge, this yellow material at the back here. This is a sponge you can get from any grocery store. And then I just have a little empty bottle of water like this, just to sort of refresh it here and there. And because it's very warm here today, it will probably dry out a lot faster than normal. But this is the main goal today, this little bad boy. So I think what we want to do is focus on the carriage first, get a base layer down on that before. So yeah, this carriage here we'll do first, then I'll slap some brown on here for his materials. In here, I don't know what colour I want to do in the interior of the keycap there, so I have to figure that out. But I'll just go put some paints on the palette. His carriage is like an off grey kind of creamy colour, so I do have one that is pretty nice for that actually. And my partner, actually let me show you, my partner's painted up Baby Yoda a few times. So my partner and fellow streamer Bunny Chan has also painted up Baby Yodas. Let me just dust it off because it's been displayed a bit dirty. But yeah, so she's painted up little Baby Yoda, little GROGUs a few times. So this is her latest one. So she did this, which I thought was fantastic. I love all the weathering in the little cradle that she got. Like nailed it on the head for this one. So yeah, so she painted up this little one here. So this is kind of what I'm going to use as my reference today. Yeah, how good's it look, huh? She did such a good job. So she did a really killer job on this little fella. Oh, hello, Miss Half Damage. How you going? Hope you're well. We're working on some Star Wars stuff today. It's been a little while since I've done anything too Star Wars related, so we're going to use some Iroquois and some birch. I'm well, thank you. That's good. I'm glad you're doing well. So yeah, we're just gonna get some of these on the palette. We'll start with this Iroquois browny tan color first. Oh, clogged paint, fantastic. Yeah, I figured after the last... I've done pretty much all of January has been a lot of fantasy stuff. So I thought, might do some science fiction-y, Star Wars-y stuff for the time being, just to sort of break it up a little. And what a good way to start with some Baby Yoda and some Star Wars. So I'm just going to use this tan to get down base tone on the keycap here. So the cool thing about this little project is this is going to go straight on my keyboard. I've had it on there already for a couple of months, and I was always going to paint it at some stage, but it wasn't until last night when I finished off the bust by accident. I was meant to continue this lady on stream. I was going to continue her, but I painted her last night, and I was like, oh, yep, she's done. So it would have been boring for you to just sit there and watch me paint her. So I thought, all right, we'll start on something new that we can work on. So little Yoda keycap it is, or GROGU, I should say. But I can't not say Baby Yoda. It's just too cute. What's everybody else working on, if anything? Anybody else working on some stuff this weekend? Painting projects, hobby, desk time. As always, I'm so messy at painting in the beginning steps. You'll see here. But look, this is the thing, right? It doesn't matter how messy you are. If you have faith and trust in the process, as I like to say, the end result will come out like this. As long as you just keep noodling. I paint with very thin paints too. Some people like the stuff a bit thicker. I personally like to paint very thin to begin with, because I feel like you can always add more. It's easier to add more than it is to take away. Kind of like with anything, right? I'm sanding a bigature. I guess it's an 8-inch tall Cthulhu sculpture. I support. Oh, I think I may have seen that actually. That's sick. Such a good sculpt for you too with your Cthulhu love, especially after the books that you did. That was so cool. That's sick. Have you done much more work on the Weta Moose? Because that's a sick project. That's also a huge project. That is daunting for me to even consider painting something that big and assembling it too. And you're kit bashing it as well, yeah? Mr. Roboto, I'm pretty sure you're adding a lot of your own stuff to it. That's something I want to learn this year, is how to do more, might sound silly, but more long-term projects. Most of my projects have a really fast turnaround because I'm a bit impatient. So I tend to I don't have anything. The longest thing I've worked on was that dwarf bust, this one here. And this took me about, I'd say a week and a bit. So that's the longest thing I've really worked on. I'm really impatient and I kind of push stuff out as fast as I can. But I kind of want to have something slow and long that I can just kind of noodle at for a couple of months. That sounds really nice. What's this here? I'm kit bashing a scene for the moose. A few workers and oh, that's cool. That's so cool. I can't wait to see that finished up. Every time you post an update, I'm like, yes, some more work on this. I think next will probably be another Star Wars model kit for me, as far as a build kit goes, because I love building all the Star Wars ships, and I haven't built one for a long time. Not since the Slave 1 back at early November, I think. Yeah, most of my projects are long term, and I would like to do. we can swap goals with each other this year. How about that? You can do a short term project. I'll do a long term one. I feel like the short term stuff, like obviously it's handy, I guess, like because you turn around a lot of stuff quickly. But sometimes I don't feel like I ever get to really enjoy things as much because it's always stressful. Like like how I was saying earlier, I didn't sleep properly because I was thinking about that stupid bust. I have a tendency to overcomplicate things. Here's a big build. Why don't I develop a whole blah blah? Yep. No, I understand that completely as well. I think I have that desire to try and overcomplicate things, but then my impatience kicks in, and it's like, you just have to get this done. You just have to get this done. I have a nice sci-fi bust from somewhere in the UK. Ooh. Is that through Mr. Lee's Minis? I know he does a few sci-fi busts from his storefront. Maybe, I can't remember what they are. Actually, I think you may have posted that on Instagram. Or maybe I'm just imagining you did. I can't really remember now. But, yeah, I tend to... My impatience takes over when finishing projects and stuff. Which can be really annoying, because sometimes I just want to have a nice long project. But then I worry that I... No, that's what it is. It's a fear. And it's the fear that if I spend too long on the one thing, I will... It sounds kind of stupid, but it's a me problem. But it's like, I will get bad at painting the other 10 things because I'm taking forever on this one project. I think that's a big part of why I turn things out very quickly. No, it's oddly named 04 Sculpt from Broken Toad. Oh, okay. I think I know the one you're referring to. I will have to double check there, but I have some sculpts coming from Broken Toad. I backed their Labyrinth and Dark Crystal Kickstarter for a bunch of those busts, so I'm super keen to get those when they arrive this year. Super keen. And also super stressed out because they're one-off sculpts, and I really just want to paint them nicely for my personal collection, and that's purely it. I envy your productivity. Oh, look. Sometimes do you want me to show? I want me to show you my failure. I have a failure miniature that I have not finished painting, and I don't intend to for a very long time. Let me get it and show you. So, this is a miniature that is, I consider it's a work in progress, but I also consider it a failure. Just because I haven't been able to finish it for a long time, and I'm also super, it destroyed painting for me for a good 2 weeks, 3 weeks, I would say. So essentially, here it is. It is this dragon from Reaper. It's a bit broken in some places, like the head's a bit loose. There you go, there's the head. Then essentially, it is this huge ass dragon, and I went stupid with the scales. So I decided to highlight every individual scale on this thing. And this was back when I was nowhere near as a painter that I am now. This is from the end of 2019, so 12 months have gone by and I haven't touched this thing still. But this figure, these wings here, especially these wings, these destroyed me. This is what I have left to do, is the wings, and I still haven't even painted this one because of how difficult and challenging and like just mentally taxing I found this sculpt to be. So I have not finished this. This is considered a failure in my end as a painter, because it's just been so tough on me mentally to do, like all the tail and everything. It was a lot of just work for when I was still relatively new to a lot of painting stuff. But it's funnily enough, the worst part is about this piece for me is this piece I won coming second in a competition, and the prize was this sculpt here, and I was so stoked, and I thought, oh, that's amazing, I've got this crazy sick sculpt, I have to do my absolute best on it. And yeah, so it's a competition prize that I still haven't finished because I've struggled with it for a long time. So just a lot of noodling. But yeah, this totally killed my painting vibes for at least 2 weeks, which is pretty long for me because I try to paint nearly every day. I might have maybe 2 days off at most, max, in a week before I have to sit down and do it again. Otherwise, I get pretty depressed. But yeah, so this is my failure piece, which is still a long way off being finished. It's still beautiful, but you've come a long way since then. So, yeah, nah, dude, that's exactly what I do. Like, I look at, I'm a bit of a nut too with progress for, personal stuff. So, like, I like to always look at my previous stuff with my latest stuff like that. So I always am looking back to see how far I've come in going forward with my personal projects and work like that. So, but yeah, this one, I don't think I'll touch it again for a long time. I think what I will eventually do is just start again. I'll just start all again, and I will try to see what I can do with that. I sent you my current whip. Yes, let's have a looky. Let me put that failure over there. But let's have a look. So, Miss Half Damage, if you didn't know, is another fantastic painter. Oh, yep, I saw you post this. So she's been working on this sick bust. It's looking so nice. I love what you're doing too with this half and half. It's a super cool idea. How are you finding it? Is this a stressful piece for you? Go give her a follow, by the way. Miss Half Damage on Instagram. Super awesome painter. Ah, this is what I saw. So she peeled some paint off here, but look at this. That's a pro right there. Fixed it right up. Can't even tell. So yeah, she's doing some killer work. You did so good at fixing that up. That would have been peak stress for me. I would have been like, oh fuck, I ruined it. Stressful, and I feel very passionate about it. That's good. I'm glad you're enjoying it and you're feeling sort of very passionate about it. That makes it, I'm sure, makes it a lot more easier to put a lot of yourself into it. I'm just, I think, a bit of an anxious individual. I stress out a lot. That's why I went bald at 18 when I was a youngin'. I actually teared the belly again yesterday. Today's pictures, if after the second fit. Oh my goodness. So jeez. You've done so well on that then. So well. But especially to come back from 2 tears. That's a good thing I like about hobbies though and stuff like that. Kind of teaches you that you just keep going. Do it again, fix it. If it doesn't work, try again. And just to continuously keep doing that. That's probably my favorite personal part about having creative outlet hobbies. They just kind of help mentally deal with, for me anyway, a lot of things in life. Just keep tackling at it and keep going at it. And also, like, that failure is not a big deal. Doesn't matter. Success comes from multiple failures in a row, I think. Like, I know a lot of people who would print something like this that I just recently printed, and because they ran out of resin, they're like, yep, stuff it, throw the model in the bin, and reprint it again. But for me, I'm just like, okay, I want to change this, and I use this as a chance to grow and actually do some sculpting work on fix the top of it up here. I think it's just super cool that that's what a hobby can do. I feel like my hobby has seriously helped my drawing, learning to push and pull. Yeah, oh dude, yeah, I totally agree with that. Hobby like crafting and painting has helped so much with just so many aspects of my professional job as well. Just understanding like composition better, light, shadow, shade. It's so helpful. So much more helpful than people would think. And it's great to have something to look forward to, I find as well, like I genuinely look forward to every time I'm going to sit down and paint. Like, it's such a blast. It's so fun. So I love thinking about it and like using a lot of energy and effort. I love researching about it too. Like, I just watch and consume so much stuff to do with painting or hobbying. Like, my all-time favorite stuff to sort of consume and what I'm a big fan of is Weta Workshop in general. I really love all of the stuff that they do, their kind of ethos and how they talk about their projects and everything. Like, it's such a cool place, and that would be the dream to work there. But one of my favorite things that I consume so often is the behind the scenes for the Lord of the Rings films. Like, especially when it gets into the Weta Workshop stuff, like just the design and the care that they went into for all those films, it's just phenomenal. And I love like reading and watching that over and over and over. It's just so good. I use that stuff as like inspiration and energy to push like what I'm doing as well all the time. Just realised I've snapped off one of his little fingers. Oh, that's alright. We can fix it up later. Where does it stand? I have not been. No, I have not been. It is legitimately on my top tier like bucket goal list is to go there. Go there and just absorb it all and probably cry. I'd love to. Yeah, I plan to. My partner, she's actually from New Zealand, so she's been there. But once a lot of this corona stuff ends and we can actually fly again, we plan to, I think, like, we're pretty fortunate here in Australia, and I think they're going to open up like a bubble between the two countries, so we can go over there and they can come over here. So if that's the case, we're going to go over for a holiday to see her family, and I'm going to go try and live sneakily in the workshop. Yeah, I know, I'm so much closer than most people, but I've actually never gone overseas, ever, in my life. I'm very, like, homebound, I guess you could say. I also don't really like flying, but even then, if I ever got time off for, like, vacation or holidays, I would use it to stay home and do my hobbies. They do, yeah. They've got that massive museum. I think it's the Te Papa Museum exhibit. I think that's a permanent feature too. The Scale of War, I think it's called. I believe that's a permanent fixture that they're going to leave there because it's such an impactful thing for all the Anzac stuff that they hold very close to them. It's the same as our country too. So I think that's a permanent exhibition. So that will be there if you go there for sure. I've seen a lot of people on YouTube go through it and how it's very like emotional and stuff, but I love even seeing how they developed the stuff for it. There's a great podcast if anyone's interested in it called You So Want to See That. Yeah, dude, same here. I really want to see that. And they have their new exhibition out now that they've created themselves called Weta Workshop Unleashed, and it's just like all of their creativeness pumped out into an exhibition. And they've done, I believe, 3 film concepts, like a sci-fi film, a fantasy film, and a horror film, which are kind of their bread and butter. So they've done like all this stuff to showcase those areas, which I thought so cool. So they're doing lots of cool shit. But basically the what is it? The podcast I was referring to before I lost my train of thought is if you Google actually, you know what, I'm just going to send it. Let me send it because it's there's a podcaster that I love. He's a designer, illustrator, painter, like you name it, he can do it. His name's Ash Thorpe, if you've never heard of him. A creative mastermind. He started as a graphic designer and he's just kind of gone on from there. I'm just moving some stuff from my keyboard. Sorry, 1 second. So let me get this up for you guys. So sorry about the keyboard clickety clacks. But essentially, he did a podcast with Richard Taylor, which is the head of Weta Workshop, and I'm a big fanboy for. Massive fanboy. So yeah, that link I posted in the chat. He does a sit-down interview with Richard Taylor, kind of goes over his life, his company's thoughts and opinions, and sort of the ethos of Weta Workshop and like what they strive to do, and it's such a great interview. And that podcast is really interesting for anyone who likes creative stuff, where it be art, design, film work. A lot of these guys, they work on big budget movies, and that's kind of what they talk about. So yeah, highly recommend checking that out if you're interested. I think it's like 50 minutes or so, but it's super cool to like hear about his sort of life story and how he got to where he is as a super intense creative. Okay. What was I doing? Baby Yoda. So I've just mixed some of this. What paint color is it? It's called Abdul Birch, maybe. I'm very bad at pronouncing things. Oh yeah, you'll love this talk then, man, because that's kind of all it really is, which is so good. But yeah, it's basically massive behind the scenes talk about like filming, working on the Lord of the Rings, all of his life, his projects, his motivations, like what he aspires to see in the world as creatives. It's very, very inspiring. Listen. Some other really good ones are the Adam Savage's podcast, the Tested ones, where they've sat down with New Zealand Weta Workshop and talked about that. I love listening to those. I listen to that on repeat, actually. At least once every 3 months or so. Just sort of gets your juices going. But I'm the same. I love listening to other creatives and hearing how they do things, their process, stuff like that. I think down the line, further on, I would love to try and bring even someone such as yourself, Mr. Oboto, on here and have like a chat while we hobby and stream the chat like a sort of a podcast thing, so we can just like set it up and just talk. I think that'd be super interesting to like hear, you know, about what you're working on, how you got started. Because I'd love to know a bit of your story too, like how you got started in the industry. Because I kind of fell into the graphic design industry and I'm still a youngin' in that sense, big time. So yeah, I wouldn't. If you're ever interested, let me know. I'm a big Tested fan. Yeah, same here. I love the Tested channel. But yeah, I've had this idea because I'm lucky enough to know a few different creatives from so many outlets in the world. Like I've got some friends in New Zealand who are game designers. I've been talking with some of the people from Weta Workshop on Instagram, so I would love to see if they would be interested to come on and just have a chat and a hobby, essentially. I know that's kind of like what I would love to do with just different creatives from all over the place. I'd totally do that. That would be awesome to chat. Yeah, we'll definitely do it. We'll organize it sometime then. Because yeah, I'd love that. We can just hobby together and just chat about creativity and kind of like I want to like it's more for me personally because I just want to hear a bit of your story, how you got into the whole letterpressing and everything and doing your own business, because that's so cool. So yeah, if you're down for it, we'll talk in Instagram about it. Because yeah, I'd love to do something like that. I think it'd be super cool. I'm going to come at you with the hard-hitting questions to feed my curiosity. Yeah, it's a very selfish, motivated stream. It's purely for me, and just I want to interview and talk to other creatives for myself. But hopefully other people can find something interesting or helpful in that. Regardless. It's been a long, very non-linear route. Yeah, that's what I love. That's what I love. It's the journey, you know, of the ups and downs, and I'd love to hear all that. Love that. And also, I'd love to talk about your Arctic expedition, man. That's so cool. Like, that's stuff that I'm super interested in, as well. Like, so yeah, very interested to hear some of that stuff. So yeah, I'm gonna make like I have some ideas for the stream. Essentially, I used to want to just do like YouTube stuff, but I like the streaming aspect because it's live and it's a bit more nice. You put me on the spot. Good. I'm glad it can be challenging. The Arctic was life changing. Yeah, that would have been insane. God, that would have. I don't even know. Yeah, I can't even put words to describe what that must have been like to see all that. So cool. Let me take my cap off before I smack into my camera. But yeah, I have a feeling I think I might try and do stuff like that where it's a live stream but also a bit more of a number crunchy interview as well. Not number crunchy. I don't know why I even said that. But just interviews, just to get to know other creatives and stuff. I think it'd be super cool. Yeah, the Arctic, God, that would have been life-changing. Yeah, that's like, I'd love to somehow. We'll have to figure out and do some tests, the technical side, to figure out like how we can get your screen on as well, because I don't want it to just be me sitting here doing this. I know, I seriously think it is. I think it is, and that's why I don't want to limit it to just like miniature painting or like modeling. Like, I'd love to get as many different fields on here as well. And because I've got a bit of a background in graphic design and I did some video stuff earlier on, music, I'd love to just talk to all of them about their creative process. Basically, the idea is I'd love to call the podcast slash stream video thing like The Journey, and I want to talk about their creative journey, how they got to where they are, and what they would like to have in the future of their creative journey, if that makes sense. That's kind of like the idea I have behind it. And I don't want it to be so much about like me, I just want to talk to them about their creative journey. Do you follow Alex on Instagram? He builds things for theatre. No, I do not, but I will definitely check that out. Hell yeah, that'd be so cool to see. I'd love to do that. Love, love, love to do that. I think this is the year I might start to push for a lot of that outside of just the painting stuff, to interview more people like that and just to chat with them. Because so many people have such cool, interesting stories to tell. And I love hearing how people got into something, because it's always different for everyone. It's never the same. You know, like it might start the same, but then I like to get into the nitty gritty details. Like, oh, I liked Warhammer, or I liked model kits, or so cool. I'll definitely check him out on Instagram for sure. But yeah, that's kind of the idea I have, is this creative podcast where I can just cross-pollinate and chat and build like a community around creativity, and just kind of like pushing to be better, like master your craft a bit more, or multiple crafts, whatever it is you're trying to go for. Let's get some green under this little guy's chin. But yeah, I think it'll be really cool. I might put some brown down on his coat while we're here, actually. Just starting to get like some very base colours and tones down on the figure. Yeah, so for those of you who have jumped in, I'm not sure, I can't see how many people are looking, but we're painting a baby Yoda little GROGU mechanical keyboard custom keycap that I actually, here, let me put this in the chat for people. I said I was going to do it and I forgot. For anyone interested in where I got this file from, give me 1 second. Here we go. So this is a free file that you can print yourself at home if you have a 3D printer, or send it to one of the many 3D printing companies to get one for yourself. So yeah, this is a file I found on Thingiverse. I 3D printed it and am currently painting it up for my keyboard. Because mechanical keyboards, they're a hot thing. I love those. And I also I kind of like that, you know, artistic-y, wanky stuff. So if I was interested in painting more busts and was thinking of the 3D printer route, what would you say? How much time do you dink around with technical issues? I'm not so interested in a hobby to support a more fun hobby. Yeah, I get that. So if you're interested in the bust painting, there's a couple of channels I can send you, and some painters who are really good. You've got an airbrush, I'm pretty sure, and they use the airbrush like just an Iwata Neo like this. He actually uses a C something Iwata again. But anyway, there's a painter called Trent Dennison, or Big Deno, BIG_DENO. He's also recently started streaming on Twitch. He is incredible for bust painting. You will learn so much from watching him, and he's very fast, incredibly fast. So I would highly recommend checking him out. for bust painting. As for 3D printing, it can be a bit dinky, but I'm at the point now where I have less issues than I used to have. But for me, it was a kind of a win-win for the hobby, because I like to just I'm okay with repetitiveness and getting better at things, so I like to print the same bust like 10 times. But also nowadays I'm finding things like sculptures and terrain pieces for stuff are super cool, and they're so accessible on there for D&D and various other games and diorama builds and things. But if I was to recommend a printer, I've used two. The two that I've used are the Anycubic Photon, which that was my first one, and I did have a fair few issues in the beginning with that. The second printer I picked up was the Frozen Sonic Mini 4K. Now that printer has been fantastic. I haven't had a single issue with it. I literally took it out of the box. It took me 15 minutes to set up. I just jumped on, there's a Google Doc file some of the 3D printing community have made, and they have all the specs for all resins available. So I downloaded the specs from that, put that into the software, and then hit print, and I haven't had a failed print yet. Actually, that's a lie. I have had one, and that was because I didn't put enough supports on the model. But within literally 20 minutes, I was printing stuff like, I don't have any here right now, but this, for example. This guy, these gauntlets, this bust, this is the latest one I printed. So just things like this. Now some people are super fussy with their 3D prints, like, you know, they don't like having their support lines and stuff that can kind of destroy like that. See, it's very bumpy and crap there. That's because I'm terrible at it. But for me personally, I just use these as front on display pieces, and they're practice pieces, so I don't really care of the outcome. But for miniatures, I haven't had any issues. It's been flawless. Like, this guy's came out so good. You know, there's maybe a little bit of a little groove bump there from some support placement, but, you know, there's a robot that just adds to the whole thing. Molebot has entered the chat. Hello. But yeah, I would recommend the Frozen Sonic Mini 4K because it's super tiny, it's super easy to set up, super easy to actually like learn and to use. The biggest problem I had with 3D printing was getting the leveling right, and essentially on the Anycubic Photon, they had like a ball joint in the plate. So essentially, it's like, imagine there's a flat surface, then you have this printing plate that has to be perfectly level like that. With the ball joint, I found it so hard to get it perfectly level because it could turn and just be weird angles. But with the Anycubic, with the Sonic Mini, that one has just got 4 sort of Allen key sockets, and you just loosen all 4, push the thing the whole way down till it's level, tighten the 4 things, and it works. It was just so much easier. I just felt like it was a much better and improved design. So it was a lot better. I would recommend picking up one of those instead if you're going for the 3D printing route. Personally, that's my, opinion. I just found it so much more intuitive. The design felt better, But then if you ever, the thing that I find so funny is if you ever join the Facebook group, it's just a lot of people complaining about every 3D printer. Like I joined the Anycubic Photon Facebook group, and it's just people like, this thing never works, and then I joined the Frozen Sonic 3D printing group, and it's the same thing. People just like, this thing never freaking works, blah 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 blah. I think that's just part of it. Hey Film Rail, yeah, it is. Little Grogu painting up my mechanical keyboard keycap today, so we're just getting some base colors down right now. Nothing too fancy yet. Cool, thanks for the... I'm curious, not sure, but I know at some point I think I'll need to dive in. Yeah. And to be honest, it doesn't hurt you waiting at all. Like, they just get better. So even if you wait another couple years or whatever, you'll be so... Like, it will just keep getting better and better. Like, I got my Anycubic Photon in 2019, early September, and then by July 2020, 4K printing was a thing, and that wasn't a thing before then. And if it was super expensive. And then these guys put a printer out for like $2.99 that was printing 4K quality prints. So within 7 months, it was a huge boost. So I would just, if to be honest, if you're not certain, just wait, because it'll just keep getting better, man. Where's my dark grey? What is this? We'll use you. Gonna use some of this graphite. But yeah, I would just wait. I honestly, if you're not settled, like I was a bit of a nut, and I'm like, I need one now because for me, a lot of my cool printing projects came out through that. Another thing, this is something else I want to try. I want to try cast like in metal one day, just because I can't not have enough hobbies. So this is like a test print of a ring that they send you. But I'd love to like, it's got their logo and everything like frozen. But this is a ring that I printed, one of their test files, and I'd love to make this like cast it in metal. How sick would that be? Make like such a cool goddamn ring. Well, that is fast. They're still affordable. That frozen isn't bad at all. I just spent that for a hobby table saw. Yeah, see, like it's super, like it's becoming way more affordable. But I'm totally jealous you have a hobby table saw. I need one so bad. I'm so sick of cutting wood by hand with a stupid saw. I think once me and my partner move into our own place, we want to get a shed, like a little garage, and I want to turn that into a little studio with all the 3D printers and stuff for sewing and cosplay and the whole works. And then that's the other reason why I will never travel the world, because I just love being at home with all this other stuff to make. It's just so fun. I will get out one day, hopefully. But yeah, for the time being, like there's just so many hobbies I want to learn. Like I got into drone flying. The Proxon, Savage. Yeah, I keep watching these. I love his tooltips, man. And he does. I've seen they have a foam cutter as well that I really want to get. The Proxon foam cutter, because that would be so good for building like display pieces and castles and stuff. I think we're kindred spirits when it comes to any of the Adam Savage tested stuff. Okay, so it was my anniversary with my partner. Just gone. When was it? Friday. So she pre-ordered me the apron, the new Adam Savage apron, which I'm so excited for. I can't wait to get that. So that was the best anniversary present. I haven't been able to cut a square line if I'm making more models I need. But yeah, no, it's true. It's very true, man. Like, I should show you some of my plinths. So these, I cheated. I totally copped. These are kids building blocks that I've just spray painted black. You can see this is one of them here, like a child building block that I just spray painted black, and I'm like, yeah, it's a plinth, because I just don't have the tools to be able to cut perfect circular stuff or squares properly, and also I just suck. But yeah, it's literally, I'll show you, it's literally child blocks here. Wait, $15 it cost me. Look at this, it's a box of children's play blocks. So I've got this huge ass, all these. So essentially you want a plinth, little kids play blocks, perfect, because they're the right size. I can't take credit for this tip. That big Deno painter that I was talking about before, he showed me that. So I've been using them for little perfect little circles like that you can just paint. Just so handy. Such a great tip. Yeah, it's pretty funny. So even like this, it could be a little bridge or something. Like it looks funny when a guy like me is walking into the kids section. It doesn't look like he has children, and he's just there to buy these blocks, purely because they're just so handy. Like, they come up great on this kind of stuff with the dwarf, and even with these little ones. Yeah, I'll go back to the YouTube camera. Even with these, right? This is just the kid block that I just spray painted black. Listen, you're just seeing the presentable part. You should see me when I'm not on the camera. I look like an absolute psycho. I think it's a strategy though to keep people away from me. But yeah, so those little blocks, perfect. But yeah, such a great. When he shared that tip with me, it blew my mind. I was like, how have I not thought of this before? Because you should see what I was using before. I literally, because I don't know why, but I just didn't bother going to the hardware store to buy like a piece of wood. Instead, I ripped a piece off of something else, and then I was trying to like saw it, and I'm just not equipped to do that with this stupid saw. Like, oh god. You know what? Let me show you. I'll go grab it and show you because it's embarrassingly bad. 1 second. Here, I'll put. Hey, you can check out my be right back screen, which is really stupid. The man loves his people fearing skills. You just have to be gross. If you're just gross, no one wants to be near you. Let me go grab and show you this terrible attempt. Alright. This is embarrassing. So I'm going to share this with you all. This is the piece of wood I was using to cut my plinths on. As you can see, I stuffed up one there, wasn't level. But this is the real embarrassing part. Look at this! What the hell was I doing? I tried to cut this with the saw that is not equipped for this at all. And look! It's so bad. At one point, I used the saw blade on my fucking Leatherman. So yeah, definitely not a woodworker by any means, which my father would be disappointed because my dad builds houses and custom-made furniture for a living, and I played with saws my whole life, and then I forgot it all, and then, you know, I ended up doing something like this. So we just hide that away, and then we just get... You probably shouldn't have power tools. No, I think that's the problem. I need power tools. It's just a clean... Instead, here's me, like... And I don't have a workbench. I'm literally, like... I'll have to get my partner to take a photo of how I cut stuff. You'll have a good laugh. I'll literally have this concrete pot plant upside down. My foot is, like, holding the piece of wood, and then I'm trying to saw it with my hands like this because I don't have a bench or anything. Dude, yeah, my stuff, yeah, I pretty much work on a bucket. Everything that I do is so janky. I just don't know how it works in the end, but hey, I'm not complaining. Like, God, you should see some of the fixes for things I do. It's just terrible. Yeah, look, I do need a bench, but even still, it's like a monster. I can't believe it. Sometimes it's actually worked. I think that's the problem too. My brain gets... I have too many ideas that I definitely don't have the tools or the things to make. And I'm just like, hell yeah, let's just try this. And then, good God. Oh, yeah, exactly. If I did have the tools and the bench, it would be so much easier. But, you know, I don't. Not yet. That's future plans. But yeah, I'd love to build a little workshop studio area. I'd never leave. When I was a kid, I used to remember my grandpa used to spend all of his time in his little, like, shed. His little shed workshop. And I was always like, that's the coolest thing. Like, this guy's got a shed. And he just does stuff in it. And I'm like, yep, I get it. I 100% get it. Yep, kindred spirits. Yeah, we are. 100%. I don't question the method. I'm just like, it works. That's it. It works. Like the resin pour stuff, that was so foreign to me. I had no idea what I was doing. And I just seen pictures of people using hot glue. What are my gramps doing there? So he used to build furniture, little trinkets, a lot of little toys, I guess you could say, like wooden gadgets that you could like twist this cog and then it would turn and make some sort of string thing do stuff. He just loved to tinker. He was just a tinkerer, which I definitely have inherited, I think, because it's the same with me. Like, I like taking things apart and just playing with them and seeing what happens. It's super fun. I don't know. I just really enjoy it. And I also like the challenge behind it too. Like, when something breaks, I always think, yeah, I can fix that. I don't need someone else to fix it. Which can also backfire on me a lot, but it's still very fun to attempt to do it. Very enjoyable. Alright, we're going to get some brown down on here. Get some more base colours down. So I'm trying this new thing out too. I saw some painters were talking about when they paint figures, miniatures, busts, whatever it may be, they get all the base colours down on everything first before they do anything else, because it gives them a good sense of the light and shadows. But I'm the complete opposite. I like, for example, with this lady here, I pretty much painted just her face first, and then I was like, oh shit, now I got to figure out what to do with the body. So I'm trying that today with this little guy, but I tend to normally paint something to completion first, and then I move like from spot to spot around the figure. But we'll see. I don't know if this painting everything all at once is my style. If I even have a style, I'm not sure. But yeah, we'll see. We'll just keep noodling, see what happens. But yeah, essentially they just kind of were like, yeah, paint everything first to get an idea for lighting. I mean, this isn't probably the best example because this is just a keyboard keycap, but I totally understand it, and I appreciate the knowledge being passed down to me. But his eyes are going to be the fun part because he's got these beautiful big eyes. You know, I might do chuck some grey in there just to get a base layer down. I do enjoy painting eyes. Stressful they can be, but also very fun. Like, I had a lot of fun on the Cyberpunk lady's eyes. They were a challenge. Lol, I can hear my sneeze in the background. Oh, shut up, man. Bless you. I didn't even hear it. I've got the music pumping in the headphones. Got these fantasy relaxing tunes from Skyrim. Tell you what I am currently going through right now. I'm going through a bit of a Dune phase at the moment. I'm rereading the book, and I'm thoroughly enjoying watching. There's a Dune board game, and I've been watching some people play through the board game, and it looks so fun. Very complicated, but very fun. So I'm going through a very big Dune phase, which is great because the movie's coming out soon. I think. Actually, no, it's not. I think it's 2022. I can't remember. But anyway, it's coming out eventually, so I'm excited for that. And it's by the guy that did Denny. He did Blade Runner, which I really loved, the new Blade Runner. Thought that was a beautiful film. So I'm very keen to see what he does with Dune. And the trailer looked cool as the shots and stuff, so I'm very excited. Put some light blue in these eyes here. Now, we have the slideshow. No, that is it. Sideshow. Yeah, it got delayed. Yeah. You know, it's probably the best thing too. It sucks for them, obviously, and stuff, but, you know, it gives you something to look forward to when the world gets a bit better, right? You know, like we can actually enjoy some great cinema, some great content. You don't have to watch Twitch streamers all the time like me. What do we got? We're going to use some Orcish Dermis. I think that's how it's pronounced, but this colour. It's a very nice pinky. Can use some of that on the ears for Mr. Baby Yoda's. Oh, and you would not believe it, clogged. That's alright. That's what these toothpicks are for. Now, this is going to probably rocket out of here because I built up pressure. No, it's good paint. That's good. Some of these other ones have this range here because they're way more liquid. I was a hardcore Twitch watcher before COVID, but I can't wait to go to the theatre again. Yeah, that's good. Well, that's alright. I did watch a lot of Twitch as well. I love makers on Twitch. That's probably my favourite. A lot more makers more than video games. But before that, it was Critical Role. Critical Role was the big sucker for me. Like, yeah, it is. It is a very pig skinny colour. Or is that what that means? I honestly don't know. I'm pretty stupid. Which, the more you watch and hear me talk, the more you'll like, it makes sense now. So we're going to get some pink in his ears. I just dropped the mini and painted the bottom of his ear. Yeah, I like watching sort of makery streams or crafty streams. That's my favourite. Like, one of my favourite YouTube channels at the moment is Odd Tinkering or Odd Experiments. It's just this guy that takes apart like old PlayStations to World War II lighters, and he just restores them and brings them back to life. And it's almost shot in like an ASMR way, where you just hear, he doesn't talk, and you just hear all the sounds of everything he's doing. It's such a joy to watch. It's so good. Like, I thoroughly love it. Okay. So now what we can start to do is go again for some more greeny highlights on this little fella. On the ears, on his top of his head here, because he's got his weird little texture on his head. This little lumpy. So we'll do that. Just get like a smooth tone down before we get into some highlighting. Let's grab some of that off of my hand. And I love glazing. That's such a fantastic technique. If you aren't familiar with the glazing in painting, highly recommend looking it up and teaching yourself how to do it, because it is 10 out of 10. My most used technique, and probably one of my favorites. This is such a good song. Odd Tinkering, subscribe. You'll love it, Mr. Aboto. You'll love it. It's just like I'm not really, I've never done much electronics work. The most I've done is take apart a Nintendo Switch and like the controller and redo it, and like my Bluetooth speaker busted, so I watched a video on how to take it apart and fix that. But for you know, just people interested in that stuff, oh my god, it's so good. 420 clays it. Jeez, you're a meme today, aren't you, Film Royale? Let's just shake up some of these. So we've got some more greens now for this little Mr. Grogu. We're going to start with, so I primarily use the scale color range for my paints, just because they have a very matte finish. Do you know Steady Craftsman? I do, and I fucking love his channel, dude. It's so good. He's probably, like, me and my partner watch him in bed at nights. He's so relaxing, and I just love watching all the stuff he does. Like, he's just a guy doing what he loves, like making toys and all of his hobby craft. It's so good. But he's a great channel. Great channel to watch. But yeah, he's definitely up there for me as one of the favorites. I love all of, like, as I've already said a few times, big Adam Savage fan. I love his one-day build videos. They're so good. They were very, very good during the whole lockdown for me, because I got to sort of forget about the world and just watch this guy I really like build amazing stuff. So we're going to start with doing some little highlights on his face. There we go. So just little dabs of this green. Nothing too... It probably doesn't look that much different on the camera, but yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. A positive maker build. Yeah, dude, he's very good. Did you see his Baby Yoda conversion? I did. I did see the Baby Yoda conversion, and we have that Baby Yoda. As soon as it got announced, my partner was like, instant buy. So we have it. It's sitting behind me. Now, where is it? She moved it. Wait, let me check. Look at this thing. It's so cute. So yeah, we own it. Very lucky. My partner bought it because we're both huge Star Wars fans, and as soon as we saw this, we could not have it. So she bought one, and it's so fucking adorable. It's literally, this is the closest thing to a child I will ever have. But yeah, we saw that one day build. How he fixed it up, and it was so tempting to try and learn, or tempting to do it, but we couldn't. But this is the weirdest part, right? Look at this. Look at these weird little legs. It's got like weird chicken feet. So funny, but very cute. Alright, we'll go back to proper stuff. Whoop. But yeah, very cute little figure. Hey, look at this film, Rao. I've got emotes, I'll show you. You can use my pug emote, which is my little puppy Lando. Bam. But, yeah, that thing is so adorable. Like, some of the things we've done where we've just put him in, like, the doorway, and it looks like a little kid coming out in the middle of the night, and he's just like, oh, hey, what's going on, Barclay? I think you get Lando. I'm not sure. I'm pretty sure if you're a subscriber, you should be able to use little Lando as an emote. I think I made it that way. If I haven't, I will fix it up. There's two that I made so far. There's like the emote of me saying how. And then there's the Lando one, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, you got the Lando, mate. Good, I'm glad. So yeah, I could not have my little puppy as an emote for Twitch. Just too cute. But yeah, he's the first emote. Yep, everybody gets the little pug. He's currently he is passed out asleep behind me right now, because it's pretty warm here today. It's like 38 degrees Celsius, and pugs don't like the heat, and he hates it. So we've got the aircon on, and he's sort of just chilling. I'm just dropping by. I'm starting to descent into Everett. Oh my goodness. Have fun, man. So cool. You have to let me know how that goes. I haven't played any of that campaign yet, but I'm very curious to see what it's like. So let me know what you think. I did watch the live stream stuff at the D&D convention when they did drop it, and it was pretty cool. Sounds like a really fun setting. But yeah, you have to let me know. But don't worry, we'll be here, most likely, even when you finish. We're just working on this little keycap. And then we have, where'd he go? We got, as I call, Dr. Robot, but it's 2-1B, I believe. Is his tech 2-1B or 2B1? I'm pretty sure it's 2-1B. I've played all of it, and it's super fun. Yeah, oh, that's sick. See, there you go. You two are my resident D&D nuts in the group. Barclay or Mr. Balaki and Miss Half Damage. You guys are the D&D pros here. So any D&D questions I have, I'm just going to ask you two. We're just doing some slight glazing up the side of his face here. You can see, just to emphasize the highlights a bit better. Might just get some under his cheek there a bit more because it is a bit dark. You don't need a buff, buddy. Okay, where is the next colour? So now we're going to use Goblin Fresh by Scale Fantasy. Now I believe they call this a Goblin Fresh because Games Workshop copyrighted a paint name Goblin Flesh. So I thought that was pretty funny. But it's essentially a bright green. It's a very bright green. That's all it is. Yeah, very bright green. And then we have this very toxic waste green, which is a very yellowy green, which we'll use for sort of final highlights on him. Very bright, as you can see in the thumb there. So we'll go do on his little eyelid, under his eyelid too, and his little cheek area, little nose, little lip area. Just slowly start to bring these values up higher. Makes his little wrinkly head stand out a bit more too. I've been wanting to run it for a while, but I'd been super keen to run Theros as well. Yeah, there's a lot of good D&D stuff. There's so much. Did you watch the behind the scenes of The Mandalorian, the whole digital background? Yes, I did, man. What's it called? I think it's like the Vortex or the Dome or something. I can't remember the name of it, but that whole room is fucking incredible. My favorite part, which you can probably sympathize with as well, is the building of the Razor Crest ship that they did on YouTube. That little like 30-minute documentary. That was so good. Like, I loved seeing that whole behind the scenes. I haven't watched the behind the scenes for season 2 yet, which I do really want to, but I've been saving that for when I have a quiet work day. But yeah, I'll definitely watch that probably this week, hopefully. I found an Alien RPG cinematic one-shot that I'm planning to run with some dudes soon. It's going to be lit. That'd be cool. The Alien RPG system sounds interesting. That doc was great. I love to see models. Yeah, same here, man. I'm a sucker as well. So anything I see like a model hand built, I'm just like, oh, that's so good. How incredible, huh? Like, I fantasize about that being the day job. Imagine like that's your job to build that stuff for like film. Like, how cool. What a cool job. It'd be very stressful, I assume, and hard, but still really cool. So as you can tell, doing that classic thing where I work on one part of the model to begin with, I'm playing the Alien RPG now. I found my people here. Yes, you have. Yeah, it's like roll a shit ton of d6. If you hit a 6, you succeed the check. But then there's also like stress, which means you can add extra dice to the check. And if the stress dice hits a 1, you fucking bung it. It does seem pretty cool. I would also be terrible at it. Like, the Alien universe is so cool, but it is also a very stressful universe. But I do love it. God. Do you know what I would love to build a model kit of? The ship. The Nostromus, or Nostromo, I think it's pronounced, or said. I probably said it wrong. But I'd love to build a model kit of that ship. I'd love to build a model kit of the Thunderbirds #2. I did recently see that people are doing that, and I was like, yeah, that's it, Nostromo. And also, I'd love to do one of the Razor Crest. Let's get some little black pupils going to start these eyes. Oh, holy shit! 2 dorks, 1 brush is now rated. Oh my god, 28. Holy crap. Hey, everybody. Holy shit. That scared me. The alien ships would be awesome. Such a great aesthetic. Yay, welcome raiders. Oh my goodness, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, I can't keep up now. What's happening? You've actually thrown me off guard so much. 2 dorks, 1 brush. Thank you so much for the follow, Tom and Rachel. I mean, and the raid. How you going? How's your stream? Yeah, we're working on a mechanical Baby Yoda keycap at the moment. Oh my goodness, Jay and Paints, thank you so much for the follow. Sorry. No, don't be sorry at all. Thank you so much. I appreciate the raid. And hi, everybody. My name's Ben. Fellow Aussie painter, like the 2 dorks couple. And today we're working on painting one of my mechanical keyboard keycaps. But yeah, we normally paint busts and Star Wars-y fantasy-related stuff. Here's what I finished earlier this week. This is a sci-fi cyberpunk chick bust called Reconnect. There's a 3D print file that I had that you can totally change and print and make it bigger or not. So I worked on that recently, and then we also have this dwarf bust from Lucas Pina. So this is the kind of normal stuff that I enjoy painting, but we're currently having a bit of a Star Wars fantasy day today, and I also wanted to paint some more minis. So we normally have some Star Wars Legion stuff, and this is just a bit of fun on this mechanical keycap. So it's looking pretty bung at the moment, but that's how most beautiful things look in the beginning. But how's your stream? What are you working on today? So we're just trying to get some pupils in at the moment. Oh my god, that is... I've cocked that eye up. Good, thanks. I can't even say that. Slaneth, I think? Slaneth models, and played a bit of Shadespire Underworlds. Oh, nice. I think I saw in the Discord you were doing like a summer theme for them, I believe, which is really cool. I'll have to check it out because I'd love to see what you've done with that. Especially you 2 guys. Your colours are so vibrant. I love how you managed to get stuff looking that good. But thank you everybody for the follows too. If I missed, I'm so sorry. My brain went a bit crazy then. I tried to, but I think the chat felt it was more spring. That happens. That happens. Every time I try to do something too, I seem to not do exactly what I wanted. Like this here, I'm just trying to get his little cutie eyes. But we'll see how that goes. That's still cool. Summer and spring are pretty close, I think, in the way the seasons work. I'm not sure. Sylvan, you are my pronunciation bot. You definitely are not. You've never been helpful. If any, actually, hey, I can see the stuff here. I can thank people for following. Thank you very much, Jay in Paints. I are good. Oh my goodness, I'm gonna butcher everyone's names. I'm so sorry. I are good splur and Scotch and hobbies. Thank you very much for the follow, guys and gals. I appreciate it a lot. You'll learn. I'm a big idiot. How rude. I am always helpful. Yeah. I don't know about that. You're always there, but helpful, that's a strong word. So yeah, this is just a Baby Yoda keycap I 3D printed. I do have a link that I can post in the chat again if people are interested on where I got the file from. It's from Thingiverse. It's totally free. And I thought it would look cool on my mechanical keyboard. And I've had it printed for a while. And I just wanted to paint it up eventually. And because I finished most of the other stuff that I was working on, like the big bust projects, I wanted to sort of chilled out, more relaxing project, which is this little fella today. So he's coming along. We're just sort of slowly adding in the highlights and the textures and the colors, and we'll see how it goes. So yeah, what's everyone else working on if they're painting today or hobbying of some sort? It is Sunday, so it's like my lazy day. I was meant to do some housework chores, but yep, that's a future Ben problem. So we'll just leave it at that for now. These little fingers. Such a cute little figure. He does have like a slightly, like, because I'm trying to paint the iris, so I'm gonna try and mix a lighter brown in there. Hey, Moman, thanks. What is this song? I've heard it before, and I have never worked out what it's called. This one's called, oh god, Secunda. It's by Jeremy Soule. It's from the Skyrim soundtrack. Most D&D players probably use it as their backing music. Scotch and hobbies. Building some models myself, but getting ready to fire up that airbrush and do some priming. Nice, dude. What models are you building? Very close film route. This is the Skyrim soundtrack today. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty much the same soundtrack, let's be real, but it's very good. Nice. Yeah, I'm curious, what models are you building? I do enjoy building kits as well. Mr. Roboto, if he's in the chat, you should check him out on Instagram. He is my favorite model kit builder. And he works on lots of cool sci-fi robots and Star Wars ships and things like that. I personally have only done a few model kits. I did the Millennium Falcon, the 1/44th scale, the one... Oh, crap. I did the Slave 1, but I can't remember what the scale was. And then I also did the 1 in 5,000th Star Destroyer with the light up and the LED effects. Super cool. There's some overlap, surely. Oh, there definitely is, Film Rail. Definitely is. A Frostlord on Stonehorn from GW. Oh, nice. I'm pretty sure from memory that's a big boy. I'm very unfamiliar with the GW... what do you call it? The like Age of Sigma or 40k painting. I primarily stick to the Lord of the Rings Middle Earth stuff. So like, this is kind of what I kind of focus on. I'm a big Lord of the Rings fan, so the Games Workshop poison for me is the Lord of the Rings currently. I have painted a lot of 40k and Age of Sigma models just because the sculpts were so cool. But I've never played the game, so I've just done some painting for funsies. But yes, I normally paint like, for any other Lord of the Rings fans out there, I normally paint like, you know, the Lord of the Rings stuff for my armies. So I've got an Army of the Dead with Aragorn, Gimli, and Legolas that I'm currently in the works on. But I also just love... Yeah, he's pretty big. Big mammoth looking guy with a big on his back. Oh, okay. I think I know the model you're referring to. I also just do a lot of display stuff for myself as well. Like this little Ewok display piece. So yeah, very much a sci-fi, Star Wars and fantasy streamer here as far as painting content. I like making dioramas. Lots of little display bases, and busts are kind of like the goal for this year. I really want to improve as a painter and do like a lot of busts. Oh, here, I can show you this. I think if you're from the Two Dorks One Brush Discord, you may have seen my Tom Bombadil display, which I know Tom has opinions on Tom Bombadil, apparently. But this is who I've been working on. So I just did a resin pour, my second attempt at it, to see how it goes. So far, I don't hate it. I got a lot of cleanup to do, but that's where... Oh, shit, just hit everything. But that's where we're at with that. Thank you. Appreciate it. So we've got to fix, like... I got to do a lot of sanding. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Yeah, I got to do a lot of sanding on that guy still. A lot. Personally, if I was to stick to miniatures, it's display building I like. Like this other one here I did. This is a Mandalorian themed one with some Jawas and like some broken parts there. So I enjoy building little scenes. Just a lot of fun. So that's kinda what I paint. It's a pretty big mishmash of stuff. Lots and lots of stuff. Sometimes I do basing streams. Like I streamed how I built this guy. So yeah, I streamed all of this stuff. So if you're ever curious to see what products and stuff I do, I have all those videos that you can watch to see, and how I just kind of try to make it look as realistic as I can. If you haven't checked out him, thank you for the shout out, Ray. I appreciate it. But yeah, so I try to just do a lot of realistic naturey stuff and organic stuff. I do have a sci-fi build project coming up. We've got this bust or figure from Neko Galaxy, if anyone's familiar with that company. So yeah, we've got this sort of sci-fi chick that I want to build a whole sort of cyberpunk street scene for. So that's going to be fun. Try to bust out some modeling hard surface skills and see if I can pull it off. And then the latest one is I 3D printed this giant, it's called a boar god. It's based off of Kingdom Death models. So it's essentially, it looks shit like this right now, but I promise it does get better. But it's essentially a giant like undead boar thing with lots of people's faces, lots of fungusy mushrooms. There's a rib cage, hands. It's got weird people hand feet, which is very odd, but it looks creepy as hell. But as you can see, my 3D print, I ran out of resin through printing it, so what I'm going to use it as is a chance to sculpt something here. So that will be another stream in the future. But yeah, this is such a cool looking, disgusting creature. So I might build this guy and turn him into something else. But yeah, he's super cool. But today, mechanical keyboard cap and another mini. But we'll see how I go. Thanks so much for the raid, guys. Appreciate that. And for sticking around too, if you are. I can't really see how many people are watching, so that's all good. I've got to check out. It's been great hanging with you, Ben. No worries. Thanks so much for hanging out, Mr. Roboto. Great to have a good chat with you about life and modelling and hobbies. But yeah, we'll catch up on Instagram for sure, and we'll talk more about that like sort of stream podcast idea, because I would love to just interview you and talk to you more. But take care, my good friend. For anyone in the chat, you should totally follow Mr. Roboto on Instagram. He has a great Kickstarter going on right now for this awesome 2020 trash fire dumpster. You should definitely check it out. I'll post a link to it later, but really awesome guy, fellow hobbyist, maker, creative. But no worries, dude. Great to chat with you. I'll post a link to his Kickstarter in a bit if anyone's interested in that stuff, supporting fellow makers and artists. I fucking bunged that eye again, goddammit. Thank you very much, Mr. Roboto. And thank you very... Oh, Mole Man, you're a legend. There you go. Molebot, as I like to call him, the trusty mod. Molebot, the mod, he has posted links to his Instagram and his Kickstarter if anyone's interested to check out that kind of stuff. Really cool fellow hobbyist and maker. Thanks so much, Molebot. Molebot on the scene. Beep boop. But yeah, we're just gonna... I'm so glad that the raid didn't happen when I was dotting the pupils or something, because that would have scared the shit out of me. I need to get some more greens in here. The contrast on his face shadows is just not digging it. I need to fix it a bit more. It's a bit too intense. Even though this is a keyboard keycap, it, you know, I still like to try and paint things as best as I can. And I've seen some people pay like crazy amounts of money for keycaps. Like it's a hot collector's item thing. Which, not gonna lie, made me kind of interested in it too. I was watching, there's this guy on Twitch here called Tahe Types or something like that. And I saw him building like custom keyboards and it was just very therapeutic. Almost like ASMR. So I kind of always wanted to dive into that world a little bit just to see what it's all about. So we're just going to do some very fine lines on his little lippy. And his little wrinkles in his head. But after this guy, we're going to work on Mr. 2B1 or 21B. But I call him Dr. Robot from when I was a child. He's one of my favourite Star Wars characters. I don't know why. I think it was the colours that I really was drawn to as a child. But super fun miniature to paint. And the Legion stuff, if you're a Star Wars fan, is fantastic. Like before I was big into painting, I was dreaming for Star Wars minis. Like that's such a great idea. Especially for tabletop roleplay games and whatnot. But for now, oh yeah, paints I like to use, for anyone interested, I use Scale Color paints from their Fantasy Games line, from their Scale 75 line, but I also use, currently I'm playing with the Chimera paints from Chimera Colors, or Pegasus, I believe is the company's name. Does it say here? Chimera Models. Pegaso models. So yeah, I currently... these are my main workhorses, but I also use a lot of the Vallejo model colors, which I'm pretty sure that's not how you pronounce it, but these are the paints that the paint brands that I personally like to use. I did used to use a lot of GW stuff, but it's just getting expensive for like the little pots of paint, and I hate that fucking pot that they come in. Does my head in. And I'm too lazy to like swap them to dropper bottles, if that makes sense. Like a lot of people have suggested in some discords and groups and stuff that I should just swap them to dropper bottles, but I'm so lazy that I cannot be bothered to do that. I like, why can't they just make them in dropper bottles? Just get some of his eye highlighted here. Get some more in the ear. A little bit on the... Actually, you know, I can do quite a bit on the head, because what I'll do is I'll just glaze over it if it's too bright to dull it down a bit. That's the thing that I love about the glazing method, if anyone else is familiar with it as a painting technique. accidentally snapped a bit of his ear off as well, you can see there. I've only spilled GW paints. Scotch and hobbies. It's not worth it to swap them into dropper bottles. I don't hate the pots, but they aren't ideal. Yeah, I get that. So I meant to be doing a scene for my parents. The Tower of Krith Ungol. What is that? What is that? Is that a... You're going to have to explain it to me. I'm big stupid, so I probably... it's gone way over my head. But yeah, the dropper bottles doesn't seem ideal. I do use their metallics a lot. I do love GW's metallics. Like, this is probably my favourite metallic paint from them. Stormhost Silver. It's just super bright. Looks really nice on lots of things, especially for metal stuff. I use it on a lot of robots and kits that I paint up. But I literally have, like, down here a tray full of GW paints. Like, they were my intro into the hobby for sure. Like, I really loved them. That's a good one, yeah. Lord of the Rings thing, where the orcs are tricked into fighting orcs. Oh, is that in... see, I'm terrible with the names. Is that in Return of the King book, where it's the... where Sam and that are with Frodo? Is that the scene you're referring to? Yeah, near Shilob's. Yep. But that is a nice silver. I converted to droppers, but those clog, so you're screwed either way. Yeah, look, you are the best. This is the best ones I've used so far are these, the Chimera paints, but the only problem is they like collect all around here. Like a good example is probably my magenta. Like it collects a lot of paint, see? So I feel like you waste, and it gets very hard. I feel like you waste a bunch of paint that way. But they are very nice and easy to sort of squirt out onto the palette. But very wasteful. But yeah, the pots, I'm not a fan of the pots. I've spilled the amount of GW washes that I've spilt, like my Null Oils and my Agrax Earthshades, they are always gone. No paints are perfect. That's very true. Very true. They really aren't. I'm curious to try oil paints, though. I see a lot of people raving about those at the moment. He's straight edge, not a fan of pots. You idiot. But that's a sick scene. How the hell are you going to build that tower? Like, are you just doing sort of an interior scene? Or are you doing, like... Oh, God, I wouldn't even know. Very interested to actually how you're going to do that. I bring the comedy. Oh yeah, that's questionable. You bring something. That's for sure. Comedy though, yeah, that's a strong word. Comedy. I want to do it on their bookshelf, so interior and a little bit of that. Dude, okay, that's sick. You definitely have to send me pictures of how you're doing that because I would love to see and how you're planning to build that. Like, some of the scenes I would love to build is Helm's Deep. I would love to build a playable map, but also a very detailed Helm's Deep. I think that's a future goal for me, 100%. Like, I'd love to do that. The Joker baby, oh God. Everyone, you can just ignore Film Row in the chat. But, yeah, that would be sick. I'd love to see that. That's such a good way to put it, too, in the bookshelf. I love that. More men timed out Film Row. Oh, that's hilarious. Ignore Mulba and Film Row, guys. They're my good mates. So they're just trolling me. Mulba is the good moderator though, but Film Row, he's a bit of a memer. There's another scene actually. If you're, I'm livid. If you're a fan of the Lord of the Rings stuff, I know Games Workshop have that sale on right now, and they're releasing the whole attack on Armen Hen scene where it's like Lurtz shoots Boromir and then it's the orcs carrying Merry and Pippin off. I'm so tempted to buy that because the potential for a diorama of that is huge. Like have Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli coming down one way, then have Lurtz and Boromir like their sort of standoff in the middle, but then also have the rest of the Uruk-hai running off with Merry and Pippin. The like, whoa, my brain goes a bit wild for that because I'd love to do a scene like that, this detailed as I'll show you here. Like I'd love to do something like that with all the naturey effects that I've got here. So I want to see the Boromir diorama. Yeah, look, I'm very tempted to buy it. I've got until the 31st of January to make my mind up whether to buy it or not, which I probably will because it's just going to be too fun. But yeah, I'd love to do it this detailed, like the forest and everything like that. I feel like that would be a good idea. I'm messaging you a sick idea. Okay, you can message away. Do it, you reckon? I feel like it'd be fun, and it'd be cool to like stream that too, like how I would build it and everything. I might take the plunge. But yeah, it definitely is something I'm pretty interested in. Like, there's another. I'm waiting for another figure. I gotta try to find it on eBay as well, but it's what's this? Hi, still off the readies. The what? I'm not sure what you mean. Remind me. I've lost. I'm completely confused. I can't really remember what I did yesterday, so I'm so sorry if I don't remember anything from a week ago. That's just how my brain's just cooked in that sense. But yeah, oh, sorry. Don't know pupil. My brain can't do two things at once. That's kind of okay. Not super happy, but that's alright. Oh, cigarettes. Mate, never smoked a day in my life. I've never heard them be called Rets, champ, yeah. I've never either, that's hilarious. But yeah, no, never smoked a day in my life, man. Never. I'm a straight edge kid, or was, still am, but, you know. Darts, death sticks, I've heard more from Star Wars, yep. I am pretty bogan, but not bogan enough to smoke. I was like the one bogan straight edge. That hardcore music changed my life. So we're just doing some eye work on Mr. Baby Yoda here. I was talking about something before I did this pupil, but I cannot remember it. I can't remember. It was about a display piece. I think it was to do with the Boromir display piece or another one. But yeah, Helm's Deep. Helm's Deep would be a sick display piece to work on. I'd love to do that eventually. Alright, I'm going to swap to a different brush now. If anyone interested in what paintbrushes I use Raphael's 8404. This is a size 3. I tend to use a size 3, and I tend to use a size 1. They're my main workhorses at the moment. I do normally use a size 2, but yeah. How much is it? As in the Boromir set or something else? The Boromir set is, I believe in Australian dollars, it's about $115, but it is like, I think it's like 15 figures or something like that, so it's not bad, the set, yeah. So I believe it's $115 Australian, which that's kind of standard for Australian stuff, or pricing for Australia. So it's not crazy bad, But it is Games Workshop, so their prices are always a bit higher than other places. But yeah, I'm very tempted to, because they wouldn't be ideal for my army. It's like I have the Star Wars Legion was like 160. Yeah, the core sets were, it depends where you go for the Star Wars Legion core sets. Like I found the cheapest I got the Clone Wars one for like 145, I think it was. But yeah, the those Lord of the Rings figures, they're hard to find nowadays. Those ones, you get them on eBay and it's either got some awful crusty paint on it or not. But like I picked this guy up too. I really want to build a display for this one. So you can hardly see, but it's essentially Bilbo Baggins with his little book, and he's holding like the ring in his hand. I'm gonna build Bag End. I want to build his front door, and I want to have him sort of standing out in his front door, and build his little garden and everything. That's gonna be a big, fun little diorama build that I will stream that one, so you'll be able to see that live. What do we got here? Scotch and Hobbies. But their models are sweet. I understand you'll get an upcharge out in Australia though. Yeah, dude, their models are so good. Like GW sculpts, second to none. Like they're so nice. Let me show you some that I've painted recently. Not recently. Foxalotl. Oh, dude. Yeah, look. I feel like the planet is melting, but it's meant to be worse tomorrow as well, man. See that? It's like 40 tomorrow. So, or 42, I think. Wait, let me check. It's 34 right now. 35. And tomorrow it's going to be... Oh my god, mate. Look, it's so hot. My app is broken. That's how hot it is. So 42 tomorrow. It's going to be awful. Oh, holy shit. Bogalicious is now following. Thanks for the follow, Bogalicious. I appreciate that. What was I was reading something. So this is the legend, huh? The legend? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just some balding man who just paints little toys. What I was showing... I'm in front of ovens all night. Oh my god, are you working? Oh, dude, I feel for you. I do not envy you at all. So here's some of Age of Sigmar stuff I painted. And by some, I mean, like, this is a model that I really liked. It's like an orc dude. And I wanted to practice, like, a non-metallic metal rusty kind of effect on him. So I have bought a lot of Age of Sigmar figures. And I just kind of use them for random-ass, like... paint jobs like this, and I'm like, yeah, I'll put a base on it. Some crazy ass godlike painter. Dude, you are being far too kind. I'm an average painter. Ben X, do you have the model that is the PNG on your stream? I do. Want me to grab him? I'll go grab him. Let me just show you these ones off first, and then he'll be the next one. So yeah, this is the one of the Age of Sigmar orc dudes. This is some 40k. I think it's Nurgle, I believe. I'm not sure, but I wanted to try these like slime ooze effects on this dude. And also I was learning, I was trying to teach myself how to paint non-metallic black armor and gold at the same time. So yeah, I've got like this other dude as well that I did, and then like I'm pretty bad with the Games Workshop stuff, and then I built this very dusty Space Marine scene where I was also teaching myself non-metallic metal for the armor and stuff. That is from some chip. I think it's a battery. I don't know electronics, but yeah, I'm not sure. Average. Look, I consider myself not, you guys are way too kind to give me the above average title. I very much appreciate it. Thank you. But I don't think I'm that great yet. I have a long way to go in my painting journey. But yeah, this is a Space Marine, because I think everyone likes Space Marines, if I'm correct. But yeah, I did this little Space Marine, and I wanted to do... the thing I'm most proudest on this model, which sounds really stupid, is these little yellow dinged up lines here, because like, how the hell am I going to paint this so it looks like it's weathered and worn? And I was really happy with that. I'll show you some of the other things. Bog. I've got this is the latest bust I painted up. This is the cyberpunk lady, sort of metal figure. This sounds really stupid, but this whole metal chest, complete accident. It wasn't meant to be metal. I was gonna kind of go with the Ghost in the Shell, like Scarlett Johansson sort of skin suit, but I just started painting it greys and blues, and then it kind of ended up here. So I was like, all right, it's metal. So thanks, Foxalotl. So yeah, this is the latest bust. I finished this week. I did start this one on stream, but I didn't finish it on stream because I'm pretty bad at doing that. And then we got the latest big project, is this dwarf miner from Lucas Pina, Spira Milbalair Sculpts. I can't pronounce it. I'm terrible. I'm an Aussie bogan, so be warned. But yeah, this was the other bust that I did. I'll go grab the goblin though. I saw the dwarf in Tom's Discord, so awesome. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate that. Yeah, I had a lot of fun with that one. It was very challenging, but I think I got it to a point I'm happy with in the end. I'll go grab the one you want to see though. Oh, too many figures here. I figured let's do a bit of show and tell, because I paint a lot of stuff that I don't get to show people all the time, because it's just like it's either really old on my Instagram or no one really comes around to houses these days. But I've painted a lot of crap. So this is that figure. This is the bust, the old druid. Cormac the Druid is the bust's name. So this was, I very much try, and as you can see in my appearance, I'm aiming to look like this guy. So yeah, this was him. So really fun bust to paint. Oh, sweet Jesus. Thank you, very appreciate it. But yeah, so that was this figure. This was one of the first busts I tried to go very try-hardy on to sort of hit a high level of painting. So I had a blast. Some of my favorite things is little leather thing here. I love doing that. I also, one of my favorite things, I love painting the snail shells on his staff. It was super fun. And this bird, the king parrots, these are from my hometown country. We used to have a lot of king parrots in our backyard, but he was super fun. So he was a really joy to paint, this guy. Thank you guys, appreciate it. Miss Half Damage, you might like this next one. This is what got me into painting miniatures was D&D. I loved D&D. Let me get some dust off. But I loved D&D, and I really loved beholders, and I wanted to paint a beholder over a lava scene with like the object source line of the lava coming up under him. So I painted this bad boy. So this was this beholder that I tried to do this object source lighting lava effect on in a dungeon. And this guy, he's probably been one of my favorite paint job projects I've done. But I really was obsessed with them and just their eyes and everything. Like, they're such cool models. So yeah, this is the big old... I hate beholders. I 100% of the time run away from beholders. That's a smart move, and I that totally makes sense. So I get that 100%. Jeez Louise. Yeah, thank you. The lava was fun. I've never painted lava before, so it's very messy, as you can see. It's very stylistic. So it was just like a lot of wet paint, and I was just smashing a brush in there to kind of create that effect. And all this sort of object source line is lots of dots of just little speckledy bits. To see if I can bring it a bit closer. So nothing, it's not really crazy. It's just kind of, it's more of an illusion. It's just very trickery, kind of to make it look like that. Yeah, I did. I thank you. I did try to go very painterly with this one. I wanted it to kind of get that feel. And these are just clay. So like part of my basing routine is I just love getting like super sculpty clay and using a rolling pin, make it like super flat, about that thick you can see there. And then with my finger next to a scale, I guess. Should have got a banana actually. But yeah, I like to use clay as rock because it's just super good. So that's another one of my pieces that I really enjoyed. And the final one I'll show you before I get back to actually doing some painting myself. I'm a big Ferro Roshi. Hey, how's it doing? I'm a big Star Wars fan. I got Star Wars tattooed all on my arm and crap, but I love The Mandalorian, and I wanted to paint a diorama scene of sort of The Mandalorian out in the sun on whatever planet. This better be Mando, yes. You knew it. So yeah, this was a really fun paint job that I had a lot of fun doing. So I wanted to build, and so damn good. Thanks, man. I'd never done a backdrop like this before, so it was a really fun test to try and sell sort of a backdrop and then have like a sort of deserty terrain here for this guy. And you know, I've never painted a sun, so it was interesting. It was fun. The goal is it's meant to be Tatooine. There's a sun here, but then the other sun is like in the front. I'd say like over here to shine down on his sort of metal effect. But this guy was a lot of fun. A lot of fun to paint. You can see here, this is a 3D printed dungeon tile that I used as a base. Look, I'll show you how jank my stuff looks. So like, if I show you here, this looks kind of cool, right? But then this is where the truth is revealed. It's a 3D printed dungeon tile with a piece of cardboard there. And this is just some foam core with a piece of cardboard on the back there as well. So this is all just garbo, just absolute jank. I'm the jankiest base building painter you'll ever come. When you master that sick ass chrome paint jobs, I want you to redo this one. Yes, I would love to redo this one. Wait, are you the dwarf guy? I am the dwarf guy, if you're referring to my appearance. Yes, I am. But I did paint also a dwarf. But yeah, I painted this guy up. That's a good title. I like Dwarf Guy. I generally love dwarfs, and I aspire to look like one in waist and beard. So I'm well on the way. But yes, so I painted up this dwarf. Or I don't know how to pronounce your name. I'm so sorry. Or Yoclast. Or Yoclast. Is that how you say it? I'm so stupid. I'll forget. But I'll just call you. I'll call you Ori. How about that? Ory. Ori. But yeah, 2021 goals. Foxolotl got it right. Beard to get longer, waist to get fatter. But yeah, so I guess I am the dwarf man. The dwarf man. I'm not doing anything that exciting today. It kind of makes what I'm streaming today look like, But Meg calls me Ori, so feel free. Perfect, Ori it is. So yeah, and then we have jump cut to this tiny little keyboard piece that we're painting. So nothing super fancy today. I'm having a bit of a relaxing day before I dive into this project, the cyberpunk girl. She's going to be the next big sort of like display piece, like the Beholder and the Mando and Tom Bombadil, because I want to build like a sci-fi city. I kind of want to use some more model maker techniques. You know how they get like little newspapers and trash bags. I'd love to try and add some of those to it and see how I go. We'll see. Might work, might not. The old GROGU, exactly. Yeah, this is not even a normal mini. Like, this is just for my keyboard. Because I saw the files on Thingiverse, and I thought, damn, I kind of into this custom keyboard stuff. You know, this could be a dangerous hobby to look into. So I downloaded the file. I managed to print 17 of these guys before one actually worked, and here we are now, painting him up. That's the hardest part about this guy, was getting the files to actually work. Oh man, did you see that guy that did the tractor recently with the trap? No, I did not. You can link it in the chat if you want to. Change your keycaps into 3D printed Star Wars keycaps. Look, I did... Wait, let me show you the other one. It did cross my mind. I've only printed 2 keycaps so far. But one of them is Star Wars. The other one is not. Let me get it off my keyboard. Oh my god. So I kind of will paint this other one up eventually, but Star Wars one comes first. Here we go. So this is the other one that I printed. Little Shenron from Dragon Ball Z. So I thought this is my escape keycap at the moment. So I do want to paint this one up. It's kind of cool, this one, because the LED lights come through the Dragon Ball and the eyes. So as you can see, that's how they kind of look like that there. So this is the second custom keycap I've currently printed. So just these 2 to start with. But I will paint them up. I think it'll be really fun. But back to Yodel. Our Lord and Savior, little Yodel. So I'm just going to glaze some browns in here. This is really rough. Here's like a little pram cot thing. It looks like shit because it's just been destroyed constantly. He's got Mando kicking him everywhere, throwing him around. So I don't mind that the paint is very patchy and rough looking, because that'll just play to the story and the weathering that I'm trying to tell with it. Heading out. Nice to hang with you today. Thanks so much for stopping by, Miss Half Damage. Really appreciate it. Good to chat and catch up, as always. Take care, and I hope you are well, and we'll see you next time. Bogalicious. Do you paint to sell or for fun? I just purely paint for fun, man. Yeah, I haven't sold any of my stuff. I was actually, you know those Warhammer ones I showed? I was going to give those away to Twitch chat at some point. I purely just paint for me. I'm a serial, I would guess you could say, a functioning hoarder. But I just like to collect a lot of things, and miniatures has been the biggest one at the moment. Like I paint a lot. So yeah, I haven't sold anything yet. I have had some people ask me if I do, and maybe one day I might sell some stuff when I run out of room. But at this current stage, I just really like to paint for funsies. It's a lot of fun. Like I've only just started getting into like the whole war gaming aspects. Man, those busts are gorgeous. Have you thought about commissions? I have thought about commissions, and I haven't settled on it yet, if that makes sense. Because like, I'll give you an example. If someone asked me to paint them like this, I don't know if I would be able to do a good enough job. I feel like the pressure would get to me a bit. Whereas like this here, this took me about a week, and I spent a long ass time trying to get it like right. Bullshit. No, it's true, man. Like this one here, I'm not kidding. This was so hard. This was out of my skill level. Like to get the dual light sources, this was something I did not think I could do. So I pushed myself to try and nail it, because this was the... I'll show you the failed attempt, which it's not a failed attempt, but I'll show it to you so you can get what I mean. So, what I was referring to with the dwarf. So my goal for 2021 was to get better at painting busts. I want to be on a really high level as a painter, personally. I'm very competitive with myself in painting. But, yeah, as far as, like, the failure for that bust goes, is this guy, this goblin on a giant squig bust. So this one is I failed a lot with what I was trying to do with the squig, what I was trying to do with the goblin, the color, the texture. You can see kind of all the different paints under here. I started this one again about 7 times. But yes, I did succeed in the end, but the idea and the execution I had in my mind, it did not come off. Essentially, I tried to do what I did on this dwarf. This whole side was going to be in the shadows in a cold blue environment. And so that's why part of this side of his face is a bit darker than, say, this side. But the problem is I just wasn't able to pull it off. And you can see some of the blue under here and on the top of the squig there. But I just wasn't able to pull it off in a convincing manner. And I struggled a lot with that one. And because I, couldn't do it, and in my head, I chickened out. And I was like, I'll just paint it to a standard that I'm happy with and it's good. So I did that, but then I was very unsatisfied, and then I kept thinking about it when I was lying in bed at night. I've got some issues. We'll just say that. So then I thought, okay, I love this bust and I want to pull this cool lighting effect off. So then I started painting this one like that. Now I don't plan out my paint jobs very much. I just kind of wing it, which can lead to issues like you saw with that bust there. I have like a very vague idea in my head of what I want to do, and then I just wing it real hard and hope that I get there. This one was going great, the blues, and then sort of blending into the sort of reds, the magentas, and the browns here. This was going real... Holy shit. Pirate Poog, thank you so much for the follow. That scared the shit out of me. But I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. But yeah, so this one, it was going really good with the blues and the browns and the magentas. Then I fucking remembered that this little prick's got a candle on his head, and this guy's got a candle on his head. And I thought, oh my god, I'm gonna have to do like OSL, and I've only done OSL on like miniatures before. And Poog and Bog, such great names. I've shouted you out many times, but never actually followed. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah, you have actually. You've been super kind in Tom's streams for shouting me out. So I really appreciate you following and checking out. But yeah, the OSL kicked my ass on this guy. Like I think I nailed it, like to a point that I'm happy with. I have seen better. I have seen worse, but I'm happy in the end. His head is something I didn't do a lot on. As you can see, the top of his head, I kind of was... At that point, I was pretty defeated. So I was like, yep, let's just get it done. But yeah, that's kind of a bit of my painting ridiculousness. I think that guy looks absolutely amazing. Well, thank you so much, Bog. You are incredibly kind, and you're making me feel very nice today. So thank you. But yeah, I paint a lot. A lot of display stuff. That's what I find a lot of my passion and joy is the sort of display. Like this chick here was the metal on her, total accident, really. But I came out nice in the end. I'm happy with it. I've never done a full non-metallic metal like chest kind of like that before, so I was super stoked that it worked out in the end. The hair was you can see I gave up a bit on the hair. Trying to do like black hair, I was like, oh my god. Oh, I thought you were talking about that Yoda lol. No, not this one. This is what we're working on now. Little keyboard keycap, but this, yeah, this is what I just finished last night, was this girl here. Yeah, black hair is hard. It's fucking hard. I don't understand how it works. Just like, because then I painted this and I'm like, now she's got grey hairs, but you know, I was like, let's just wing it. Let's just see what happens. So in the end, I don't mind it. Like, I think the face is what steals the scene, and then this kind of secondary highlight is kind of nice. And my goal was the face and the eyes. I really wanted to work on that aspect of the model. But yeah. After that, I've done like 3 busts this January, and then I did my... I'll show you what else. I'm trying to paint a lot this month. So this month, so far, I've done those 3 busts that I showed you. The dwarf, the goblin, and the cyberpunk girl. But then I also have like miniatures that I am trying to paint up for my games. So like I painted up these undead heralds for my army, my Lord of the Rings army. So I painted up these 2 guys. This was really fun because you get to play... I got to play with contrast paints with these guys quite a bit. So I've painted up these 3 as well. So yeah, these 3 were done this month, as well as this was a very easy paint job, nothing too fancy, but the Witch King. So he's like the footed version of my army now. I've got to paint him on his Fell Beast still, but I had this model and I was dying to paint it. So I'm trying to be very productive with my January and get a lot of these figures smashed out. Those metallics, yes. The on the Witch King, these I used all Games Workshop metallics. Wait, let me show you the paints so you can see. I used... What did I use? So for that guy, I used... Oh my goodness. Nathan Joe is now following. Thanks so much for the follow, man. So I used Ironbreaker and Stormhost Silver with these to get these metallics on this guy. But what I do is, if you're a fan of Weta Workshop, I followed their lead painter, or one of the head painters there, Jules. And he was talking about when they were painting up their huge figures, like their big sideshow scale figures. He was talking how they had this Mordor wash that they use, and that's how I got all these great dark shadows. I think it's a bit more darker than that, but it's essentially I use Agrax Earthshade with Null Oil, and then I add a tiny bit of black paint in there as well, and I mix that together, and I make that as a wash to start with. And then I go back in with the Earthshade to, or the Agrax to just kind of brown it up a little bit more. But yeah, all metallics on this guy. I do have a Rohan army that I painted all non-metallic metal, and that was the biggest mistake of my life. It took a year. But I have been trying to get better at non-metallic metal as well, so I have these practice gauntlets that I was doing. This is my first attempt, this is my second attempt. So these are my, I 3D printed these little STL files, and I use these as like non-metallic metal practices just to see how I'm going, to get better, because I do kind of like the art form of it. I get some people really don't like non-metallic metal because it is very challenging, but I kind of like the idea of being able to paint it, or at least master it somehow, just for myself personally as like growing painting goals. But yeah, this is kind of the latest non-metallic metal stuff I've done. It's super fun. Anyway, back to some painting. That's what people come here to watch. How I do the things I do. I think. I'm not sure. Maybe it's just for a good chat. Which I'm having fun. Very, very nice chatting with you all today. So I'm just going to glaze in some of this green on top of this guy now. Just to sort of dull it down a bit. Because these shadows I've got are very intense in his head. I mean, they look a bit more intense on the camera than they are in real life, but I just want to dull them down a little. But, and then even his ears, he's got the pink ears, but I want to add the green over the top of it too, just to sort of bring it all in together a bit more. I need to fix his eyes because he looks kind of startled. It's just like chatting with a hint of minis. I just love hearing you talk about painting because you can tell you're super passionate. Yeah, I think it's definitely the love of my life, that's for sure. Which is funny because I've only been doing it for 3 years, but I just am very into it. Like, I really enjoy it. Some of the people from Tom's painting Discord, you guys probably saw this one I was working on, Tom Bombadil display. I know I saw the other day someone was talking about Tom Bombadil in his Twitch stream, but I'm doing a resin pour, or attempting to. I've got to sand all this up and fix it up, but this is where he's looking as well, kind of like a river sort of front scene. But I'm happy with it. It came out nice. But yeah, I've got to still master the resin. But yeah, so I got a little tree here. This is an actual tree branch, this one. Actual tree branch. I use a lot of real nature. No fish in the water though. Yeah, look, I did stuff up there. After I got to this stage and I was like, it's kind of deep enough, I was like, shit, I should have like done something. Sculpt one, 3D print one, you know. But it's okay. It's a test scene. We'll get better. We'll get better. This guy's cool. This undead boar-looking pig creature. It's kind of like if you've seen Kingdom Death models, very heavily based on that. And I'm going to sculpt some fur and texture along the top here. Maybe put some other figures cut up and hands and stuff out here. Alright. I'm going to quickly pop to the toilet. So I will be back very soon. 1 second, fellas and ladies. Alrighty, we're back. Oh goodness. I was painting Yoda. I can't remember what I was up to. We'll just dive back in. Okay, his eyes. Yeah, I kind of want to fix his eyes. His whole face I kind of want to fix, to be honest. I'm at that point where I'm like, yeah. We'll mix. So I'm just mixing on my palette here. I don't have a palette cam. I don't know if that's something people are interested in. But let me know. I'm a very messy painter. I'm just kind of throw shit all over the place. I think I've brightened this up too much again. God damn it. It's alright. Good thing about paint, you can paint over it. Man, it's a feeling when people say they have a messy palette. Geo Berserk. What got you into painting? D&D, to be honest. I went to a PAX and they had a paint and take event there. And currently at the time I was really into graphic design and 3D stuff, and it was kind of depressing me. The graphic design 3D stuff as a creative outlet wasn't fulfilling. And oh my goodness, Mr. Old Man, wait, how do I say that? Mr. Old Man across the street. Hey, that's too real, that name. My neighbor, legitimately, if you are my neighbor, that's very sus. But my neighbor is an old man across the street that constantly stares at me. And I don't think he approves of how I live very much. So if it is you across the street, howdy. This is what I do inside the house, which I'm sure you wonder. It's not a meth den, promise. Just I paint miniatures. But what got me into painting, yeah, so it was at PAX, they had a paint and take event where you got a little D&D mini. Actually, I can show you it, I have it. So, and then show it, and it's way neater than mine. Listen, Poog, this is the early stages. This is the beginning. It's gonna get worse, but don't worry, it will get worse. It will look way shitter soon. You can't find the tractor. Damn it. Well, if you do, please send it to me. So yeah, Geo Berserker. This is the first miniature I ever painted 4 years ago at a PAX paint and take event here. It was like a wizard character. And I just thought it was so hot, like mini painting. I was like, this is the fucking best thing I've ever done. So anyway, I painted it there. I painted it like 4 years ago, and I didn't paint anything for 12 months because I didn't have any tools. I never bought into it. And then I went back again the following year to PAX, and I was like, oh, I remember that. I was sick. I'm going to do that again. And I painted this awful looking Space Marine knockoff guy. For some reason, his skin is the same color as the gun and the floor. So as you can tell, I was very good at painting. Jokes. But anyway, I painted this guy up. And I remember I'd watched a Miniac video and I was like, edge highlighting. So I went hard on the white edge highlighting on a lot of these edges here. Wild back then. And then I did nothing again for another 6 months. And then I kind of had an early life crisis where I was very sick of graphic design, which is my profession, and I was very sick of 3D work, and I just put all my time and energy in. I bought a Reaper starter set for miniature paints, and I just went from there, and that's how I got started into it. It's a meth den. He just paints minis for high as fuck. I definitely do not. Listen, Foxalotl. We can go back to this. This is the cave. This is where I live, and I can keep people in and out of the cave as I choose. As you can see here, we have a door to keep the riffraff out. So yeah, I'm another graphic designer. As you can see, this is where my graphic design skills went to, making this shit little door. But this is the door, and if people don't like it, we can just shut the window and everyone stays out. Or we can have Gandalf appear in there for a bit of lulz. But yeah, I spent way too long with these. As you can see, look at the great fire effects, the low res image over there. As you can see, that's what I spent my time doing, making really garbage stream transitions and effects. But that's the door. Wait, did you just rinse your... Yeah, look, ignore the brush licking habits that I have. I'm a very big brush licker because I like to get the finest point possible. So yeah, just ignore that. It's a gross habit, I know, but it works, I'm telling you. It's just... I did rinse it off in the paint water though, and as you can see, it's not too bad. It's a good watercolor, actually. Why does everyone's wet palette seem to be shinier, wetter than mine? I don't get the little blobs that are separate like other people see. What do you mean little blobbies? Do you mean like these? It could be my light. Let's see. Let's investigate this problem you seem to be having with wet palettes. So my wet palette, that's very dry paint, as you can see there. I have a fan on and it's really hot as fuck here, so all my shit's dry. But as far as wet goes, you can see it's a bit bright. You can see to the side here, this is the water area. There's no water in there. It's currently absorbed all in the sponge. So what I have is just this bottle. It's like a condiment sauce bottle that we're gonna squirt some into the side here like this, just a few drops to fill that up. That keeps it moist. But my wet palette's very wet, funnily enough. But also, like, you want to be able to slide the parchment paper, whatever it is, around a little. See how it's like, it's right on the edge, if that makes sense. Like, the water is just not coming onto the palette, if that makes... Is that helpful or makes sense? Ben's like old Luke drinking the green titty milk, except it's his paint water. Well, I'm more concerned about the toxins. Yeah, look, I think most of the paints I use are just acrylic, so they're non-toxic. But it also doesn't say that, and that's what I tell myself. So could be poor choices on my behalf, you know. But we will all learn from my mistakes at some points. But yes, I have a very bad problem with getting rid of the paints. Well, I'm more concerned about the toxins. Yep. Yeah, look, I'm an idiot. I have a question. If you do commissions, do we also get dwarf infused paint on the figure? Because that's a strong selling point. I mean, look, sometimes this hair, like, it's very long. It gets everywhere. You never know. It's just one beard hair. Like, you know, Gimli in Lord of the Rings asked for Galadriel's hair? Maybe that can be a request in the commission. Just one hair from your chin, kind dwarf looking sir. This is maybe it's a little dry. Let me click on that link. Sorry, I don't... Wait, you know, I have chat on my phone. That's a smart move. I can do that instead of move everything around. Okay. Oh no, my stream chat isn't loaded. Let me... Wait, you know, I have chat... Oh! Alright, I'm going to click it on the computer because I schooled it. Ignore my awkward arm positioning here. Hello, getting rather close. Let's make a beard paintbrush. No, good God, no. You could make some nice grass for the bases with that beard. I actually could. As gross as that is. Oh, what did I do? Oh, so you're using the Red Grass Games part. Are you using their hydration sheets? If you want, you could totally add more water to the sponge there. See how, like, there's that bit of a gap? It's not like super saturated. You could totally add a bit more water into that sponge because most of your sponges absorb the water. How I like to have it is so the sponges absorb the water, but it's overflowing a bit too much, so the sponge can't accept any more. I'm really confused. This Mr. Old Man Across the Road hasn't said anything, and it feels like it is the old man across the road. Yeah, their hydration sheets. Okay, cool. I've never used their hydration sheets, so I'm not sure. I did pick up that palette though the other day, that wet palette. So my partner, she's testing it out. But You can totally use the a bit more water in there if you want it to be wetter. I keep a little puddle of water under the sponge too. Yeah, you could try parchment paper as well. Yeah, like I know in Australia, I don't know if you can get parchment paper. I tried, but I just have baking paper, like grease. I think it's greasy baking paper, and it seems to work fine. I've used it for like 3 years now, and I've never had any issues. But I use this. It still gets moisture through, like it absorbs it through. If I rub here, you can see, and it keeps the paint still moist. So that's the main thing. But yeah, you can use whatever, to be honest. I tried to buy some the other day, lol, but the shop was sold out. Goddamn mini painters. Buying all the parchment paper. Or baking paper, as it's called here. What are the bakers going to do? That's the next panic buying. We had toilet paper panic buying over here. I'm pretty sure that was everywhere in the world, though. But I bought foil. Tin foil, because like I need that for something. I always run out of tin foil, and I bought baking paper for miniature painting. Baking paper here too. Yeah. Does your YouTube have a vid about the paint tool brands you use? It does not yet. I'm very new to streaming and YouTube in general. I started streaming about a month ago, and I'm kind of, so YouTube's very similar, where I've only uploaded one VOD of me making the Wicket diorama, but I plan to do a lot more things. Go Berserk, a Geo Berserker. You just actually remind me. I have an idea for a stream, and tell me if you guys are interested in this concept. But I wanted to do like, I'm a big fan of the Tested YouTube channel, and they did a like favorite things of 2020 video, and I thought, wouldn't it be cool if I could do a stream where I can show you my favorite like brushes, my brands, products, and I can do like body painting. But I could do like that's a good one. I could do a kind of like favorite products and things that I personally have used for painting, whether it be like inspirational books, tools for the hobby craft, like anything like that. Like I'll give you a pro tip that I stole from another painter, Trent Dennison, that he informed me of this week, and I went out and did it instantly. So if I go to, where's my screens? Where's my things? Here we go. How you going? All right. So this is the top tier tip of painting from a bald dwarf looking man. You would like that. Well, I'll make that video purely just for you because I like the idea too. See how I've got these nice little display plinths kind of on these characters here? Like I used them for the busts that I did, and then I have this one here for a holder because I tried to drill a hole in it, and as you can see, I can't drill a hole. If I see in the little screen, can't drill a hole real straight. So anyway, these little plinths, these are you ready for this? This is a hot tip. Get yourself some children's blocks to play with. These are just like castle building blocks. Like, look at these. This is infinite. I call this infinite plinthage. Don't know what you could do with this one, but you could have it sideways, like a little display. You know, another one here. We got little squares, little tiny plinths for stuff, little displays. So this costs you like, you know, $6 something. Plinthing it, exactly. So yeah, just like little kids blocks from any, like I got these from a Kmart over here. But you know, these are great, like little perfect circles. And you don't have to cut them like an actual psycho like I did and make awful mistakes. So yeah, definitely would recommend picking up some children blocks for display plinths. Even to take photos on, like, you know how like when people finish their beautiful Warhammer mini or Star Wars Lord of the Rings mini, and then they have this. They have like the beautiful photo and it's on this beautiful circular base. You could totally just grab one of these, slap it on there, take the photo. Look at that. Hot. Unlimited plinth works. You know, and they have these beautiful squares. Like I used it for this guy. This guy is this is just that. Just primed with Citadel spray paint. Done. Plinth. Like a display for the shelf. Perfect. So you can totally use it like that. I thought that was such a hot tip. But you know, that might not be useful for other people. But I'll totally make that video just for you, Geo, because I love that shit, and I would love to show people what I think is good products. Or like things. Not sponsored, because I don't have any of that stuff, but it's just like what things I've saved up for, and I'm like, yeah, this is hot. I love this. All right, we need to do some painting. We need to find a brush. Here we go. This is my shitty brush. It's called a Princeton. I think I got it for like $4 from the craft store. But we're going to start doing little yodels, as me and my partner like to call him. Yodi the Yodeler. We're going to do his robe, and I'm going to add some texture to his robe because it's very boring at the moment. So how we add texture is my favourite technique of stippling. Just like getting this brush, going in here and just going ham. Don't even worry about it looking good. You don't want it to look good. Because it's meant to sort of simulate wool or a textured surface. So stippling, the best for that. That's how I did the dwarf's bust. That's how I did a lot of the cloth effects on him, was just this kind of stippling motion. But this brush is a bit too thick. I might get one with a better point. I would probably add weights to the bottom for stability. Yeah, you know what, that is a smart idea. That is a very smart idea. I was not that smart. But yeah, I mean, he stands up okay. For now. When it falls, I'll be like, God damn it, I should have done that. But I also have them just in the display case, so they're never like too intense. So you can see here, I'm just doing very tiny stippling dot motions where I'm just poking the brush in and around here. And that's just to add the illusion of texture. Because one thing I've noticed when people see some of the things I've painted, especially recently, I've started doing this stippling technique, and everyone's just like, holy shit, the texture, man. And I'm like, really? Like, I get it. I'm glad that they like it, but it's the easiest part of the whole thing to get looking nice. But you just have to do some tiny little stippling dots here. And it's if you like slow processes, this is for you. Like texture painting or stippling, it's a very slow process, but it's very, like, I enjoy it. It's very relaxing. A good way to unwind. But yeah, just slap some of these on. So then his little vest coat thing looks a bit better. And we'll keep going. We'll get lighter and lighter. You want to see my attempt at stippling? Yeah, hell yeah, I do. Link it. Post that. I'd love to see it. And listen, it's not easy. It's hard. Like it took me a bit to get good at stippling, but just keep going. You will get there. How do I get my tools? I've got to really fix this shit on my phone. As you can see, Pro Streamer, but Stream Manager, maybe that's it. Hey, that's better. Oh, sick, I can see a link here. Oh, wait. How far away am I? Hey, that's a good idea, Geo, with the magnets. That's a good idea. Damn. Dude, what do you mean attempt? That's great. Sorry, I don't have a fancy browser window set up yet, so we'll just show my phone off. But that's a great attempt. Here, let's click on your profile. Dude, your stuff's really nice. What do you mean attempt? What do you mean attempt? Look at that. That's beautiful. That's great stippling. This is a really sick job. Up. Yeah, that looks fantastic, man. I love what you've done with the pants here. Really well done. Really well done there. Like, that's fantastic. Spot on. And the shirt's great too. I think you did a good job. Seriously. You should be proud of that. You should be very proud of that. Alright, how do I get back to this chat? Oh my god, technology. Let's just find Twitch. There's Twitch. Done. Cool. But yeah, really good, man. Got some nice work on that. I'm going to check your channel, your Instagram out after stream for sure. Yeah, just message me on Instagram anytime. Anyone in chat too. I'm literally an open book when it comes to anything and everything to do with stuff. Yeah, they had it looked like denim. Yeah, like it looked really good, really really well done. But yeah, if anyone has like questions, they want to know what I use, like 3D printing stuff, whatever, I'm like an open book. I reply on Instagram all the time, so just message me on there. That's the best way to get into contact with me about any questions you might have regarding the painting stuffs or anything. You know, I'm a pretty chatty dude. Yes, I just licked my brush again. Sorry. It's a bad habit. Bad habit. You want to see a trash mini? I got you, fam. Nah, it's not trash mini. It's good. I really like it. I'm going to share it too. Here we go. I really like what you did, Film Rail. God, my screen. Why is my screen so shitty? So Film Rail made this sick as Swamp Thing mini. I thought it looked great, dude. You did a killer job. And I loved it. How's that looking, actually? Because you used real herbs on this, yeah? I want to know how they worked out, because I'll use some real herbs on my bases, because the texture's so fine, the grass stuff. So I thought it came out really nice. Really nice. I'm not sure someone stepped on him and broke him in half. Fucking Christ. Jeez, how did they stand on it? You need to get like a dedicated shelf area and just never let them leave that shelf area. Or like me and have half the house covered in minis. I think upping the brightness on the phone would help us see better. Oh, did you see it at all properly? Sorry. I'm an absolute goober when it comes to this stuff. Just yell at me if I'm doing something wrong with streaming shit, because I got no idea, man. I will set up a proper browser window for next stream. Promise. You heard it here. So that way when I click on these links, I can just share it on the screen. I bought them with me for a D&D game. Ah, yep. Rip. That sucks. That's a big old suck. Gio, what are you working on if you're doing any hobbying today? I can't remember if you told me already. Maybe you did. You're working on some big model building thing. Actually, no, maybe that was Bog. Honestly, I got confused. It's the most people I've had interact with me, so it's awesome. It's cool. But yeah, what are you currently building or painting, working on? I would love to see it. So the Stipling's kind of brought to life a bit more of his thing, his little coat. I still want to add more to it, obviously, and make it a bit better, a bit more shiny. What I will do is glaze some of this brown leather by scale color in, and that will help. I'm just getting most of it off on my finger, so it's very like watery. And that will just help with some of these shadowed areas. Just kind of brown them up a little, especially in like the little crevices there, just to add some more balance to it all. And then his ears are looking nice, a bit still too green from the green I added earlier. That's right, that's how I want it to be. And what we'll do is just put some pink in there, just to kind of add a bit more. I might add some red too now that I'm thinking about it. That'd be a bad idea. Now, I'm not happy with the eyes at all. So what we're going to do is fully repaint the eyes. Fully repaint them. So I'll get this black and we'll just do the pupils again. So get a fine point. I'm going to make them bigger. This character's got these big, beautiful eyes, and I did these kind of small crabmen-like eyes. If anyone's a fan of the Mighty Boosh, so I did these Howard Moon-like eyes. So I'm getting back into it, but I was working on my D&D character, Tiefling Paladin, going down the path of Conquest. Ooh, okay, nice. That's how I got into painting, was D&D. I've painted a lot of my friends' characters from Hero Forge, and I painted my own characters from Hero Forge. I am personally a DM over a player. I'll show you this. This might be if you're a fellow DM or character. So I am. This is GROGU, and not yeah. This is GROGU, yeah, from the Mandalorian, the little baby here. But I keep calling him Baby Yoda just because it's so cute. For D&D though, I'm a DM, and I wanted a miniature that resembled, like, one of the coolest things I thought about D&D was all the players could make their character, and then they could paint their character and have it look however they wanted. And as a DM, I was like I like getting all the monsters and stuff, but I felt like I was always missing out on some of the fun. And like a lot of the fun to me was that whole painting of your character and stuff. And I thought, I want a miniature that I can use as a DM for when I'm playing, that can be like, this is this bad guy, this is the boss, whatever. So on Hero Forge, I made a miniature of myself. So this is me in my dressing gown and my pink bunny slippers. And I've got the player's handbook here, or the DM's manual, and then I have a D20. And I used this as my sort of DM character miniature. So I painted a little DM book on there as well. But this is what I use whenever we play. So I have like a little, it's funny, there's a little Easter eggs down here. There's a little diamond tattoo because I have a little diamond straight edge tattoo on my ankle. And I tried to do my chest tattoo there. But yeah, mighty slippers, exactly. So yeah, this is kind of what I use for my D&D characters. I purposefully left out the face as well because I like the whole idea of the DM plays many different characters and has many faces, so I just added a beard because I have a beard. But yeah, I also have any of you guys Critical Role fans, because I'm currently painting up some of their miniatures as well that I can show you if you are interested in them. But I've got quite a few different projects. Shit, where did I put it? There it is. So we'll get some white on the palette too. This is another paint I've been testing out. The Scale Color Artist acrylic paints. They're very smooth and creamy, as it says. But yeah, Critical Role fans, I've also painted up a lot of Critical Role minis. The Mighty Nine, particularly, I haven't painted the Vox Machina characters yet because I want to save those for when the show comes out. And then, if only we could play, my friend. Dude, hey, you never know, online. I do want to start a Discord, so we might be able to do shit like that in the future. Who knows, man? Who knows? Let me show you these guys. For any of the Critical Role fans out there. So I've been painting up the Mighty Nine, cutting them off their bases. So we've got Jester, we've got Caleb, we've got Little Knot. So Little Knot the Brave. We've got Little Beauregard. we have Molly Mock. Molly Mock was really fun because there's lots of like crazy patterns and stuff, and I tried to do like some freehand on the back of his coat and stuff like that. But this was I painted this about a year ago nearly now, so he was a super fun mini to paint, but also very challenging. But yeah, I love painting Molly Mock. Then I also have Jester. I tried to do some freehand like pattern here, but it just kind of looked like little worms, so she's got just worms on her coat. But yeah, that's my Jester. And then my Caleb and Frumpkin as well. So I have these. I do have Ford and Yasha painted as well, but my friend currently has those minis. He was using them in a D&D game, so I was like, yeah, you can borrow them. So, but once I get those back from him, I plan to build like a display, kind of like the Tom Bombadil one that I've shown you all. I'd love to do something like that with them. So I'll just chuck those back. 1 second. As you can see, I got lots of ideas for projects. It's just actually doing them now. Spending the time to be like, yep, this is what I'm working on. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so I've redone the pupils. So they now got these big black dreamy eyes. Now what we're going to do is add a brown, but I'm going to lighten the brown a little bit with a tiny bit of white. There we go. That's a good start. So we want the brown to kind of take over most of the black on this side. The black's just to kind of highlight it or be the border around the iris. We'll add a bit more of this lighter brown into that mix. And some water on the brush, just to sort of help get it there. So I think that's looking a bit better. Do you like to use washes, inks, or just technique with standard paints? It totally depends. It totally depends on what I'm painting. For example, like these guys, I used contrast paints like a wash all over these guys. So I used a contrast paint everywhere, like 2 different colors. I used a very bright green and a very, I think it's called Griff Charger Grey. And the green is called these ones. Here, I'll show you. You know what, that's even better. I'll just show you. So I use these. And I use these like a wash. Warp Lightning and Griff Charger Grey. So I used those on these. And then I used a bunch of other dry paints from Citadel. You know they're dry brush paints? These ones? Skink Blue. I never used these before until these guys. So I did a very light dry brushing on them. But for like my busts and stuff, I don't really use washes, no. I tend to stick washes for vehicles and robots and stuff like maybe like this. But if it's like for things like this, I kind of like to do the shadows manually, personally. I just find it's a lot easier to control certain elements and stuff, because I might do spot washing or like inks. I might have the ink very watered down and use it as like a spot wash. So say for example I wanted shadows in the ears, I can get like, say we can use this green paint as an example, thin it down real quick. So I want it to be like, see like that, it's kind of like an inky texture. I know it's a bit out of focus, sorry, but so on my finger here it's very light. What I might do is like, say example like this is just kind of dab it in there just to create the darker green tone. So it's probably a bit hard to see. I don't have a great camera setup, but I like to use inks like that or washes in certain areas, and it totally depends on the texture, on the feel, what it is I'm going for. Like this guy that I'm going to paint up eventually, I'm going to use a shit ton of washes and inks and the airbrush even on this guy. So this guy is going to be crazy covered in washes because it's just got so much detail that it'll be too hard to bring out to life the standard sort of more mechanical technique way. So this guy will have heaps of washes used on him. So I'll be sure to stream him so you can all see how I use them. But I tend to use them on more robots if I'm painting a robot. So black primer, 2 contrast finish with a dry brush. So this skeleton mini, it was a bit more complex. I essentially I started with a black primer with a zenithal highlight from above. And then what I did was a very heavy coat of this warp lightning green. Then once that dried, I then went in with this Griff Charger Grey, and I used this more as a wash, not as a paint. Alright, I gotta sleep. Good night. Thanks so much, Ori, for sticking around and following. I really appreciate it. Thanks a lot. Good night. Sleep well. Make sure you get some rest. And we'll catch you next time. So yeah, I used the Griff Charger Grey as a wash to just kind of emphasize the shadows a bit more on this guy. Then what I did was I used this Skink Blue and this Hellion Green. So I think that's how you say it, Hellion. So I used these two. I was already following before that. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it, my dude. Thanks for sticking around though. So yeah, I use these two. So I started with the blue, then I started with the green. Then is when I go into the finer details of the piece there. So then what that means is I painted this rusty red kind of cloak that he has. So I used Chimera paint for that one. I used this one. It's called Red Oxide. So I used that to paint his red sort of area all here. Then I used just black and grey, and I made my own sort of mix for the metallics to get all the white highlights. Then I have a variety of other browns that I use for the leather on the belt and for the leather on his swords, like scabbard. I think that's what it's called. Scabbard or hilt, either one of those. So then I used a bunch of different leathers colors on that, from like tan browns to sort of very dark reds. And then finally what I did was I went in with like this green here, and then and a very light blue, where is it? In front of the camera. And then I use this kind of Caribbean blue. And then what I do with that is I go and create these very little micro textures, like drag it across here, almost like you're edge highlighting, and just highlight certain areas. The sword was all the greys. Areas of the crown, things like that. So a lot of these little skiffs and scratches here are just from taking that green and that blue at the very end and just like doing little dots, little lines and textures just to sort of fill out the rest of the piece. And that's how I get to this sort of finished stage. So it is a little bit more complex than just the sort of dry brush and the wash. And that was the same with these guys as well. This one here was the very similar approach. The only thing different was they had these shields on the back. But I kind of do the very, very same approach on all three of these to get them to that level. But yeah, I dry brush very occasionally nowadays, because I find I just suck at it, if that makes sense. Like when I dry brush, it's either too chalky or it's like it didn't come out great. So I tend to do it the harder way, where I go in and just paint in the individual little elements to sort of get it to how I want it to be, if that makes sense. I've always sucked at dry brushing, and I even tried, like, you know, people suggested swapping to a makeup brush. Like I've tried that with this brush too, and these just hold the paint too well, because they're like for makeup, you know, they hold the color. Pardon me, they hold the color in, and I found it was harder to get it out of this and then have a clean sort of dry brush look. Instead, I just copped a big old mess. But yeah, I tend to use washes for actually scenery. I use washes a lot for scenery, nature. Very good for rocks, oil spills, all that stuff. I tend to not so much like I used to. Like I know a lot of people do the Games Workshop way, I call it, which is where you do
base coat, wash, highlight, edge highlight. And I used to paint like that, but it's very limiting in the way, because you know how they do like the box art in a sense. They don't do that with the box art. So it's kind of like a lie. The box art's it's way more complex, and they just sort of give you a tabletop standard. But that's fine, there's nothing wrong with painting that way. And if that's how you want to paint your figures, go nuts. I'm a bit more of a display painter than a gaming painter, if that makes sense, because I don't really play any of the games yet. And I like to sort of paint because it's kind of artistic-y. So I prefer to paint like that. So I just kind of don't do the GW paint way. I kind of do a bit of a mixture with like old masters or display figure painting. I guess you just kind of figure out what you like to do. If you like to paint for tabletop sort of gaming stuff, you can totally still paint masterpieces with very few little new techniques under your belt that I sort of talked about with that one there. But if you want to do like sort of display painting on busts and things, it's a little more involved. Just adding some lighter brown into his irises there, just to give it a little more oomph. But yeah, totally depends on what you want to paint, man. Because you said you use D&D, or you're working on D&D stuff, so I'm assuming maybe some D&D minis. Which, that's great. They're great to be painting. Because D&D's got such a great variety, from monsters to characters. When I dry brush, I get it on the tip of my brush, then we'll brush some of the top on paper towel till most of it's gone, then lightly brush the raised surfaces on the figure. Yeah, that's how I used to do it too. I just found like maybe it comes down to brush control for me, maybe, that I just wasn't that great with it. Like I would either get too much on the mini, or it would start, how it gets that chalky look? I really hated that. Chalky look on stuff. So I would attempt to my best anyway to eliminate that chalky look from like my paint jobs, because it used to just frustrate me and I'd get real bummed out about it because I couldn't fix it. I mean, I definitely could do it a bit more now, but I just tend to save it for things that I like. Those Army of the Dead guys, all dry brushed. I dry brushed the crap out of them. But like say something like this little Yodel. I wouldn't dry brush him, just because I don't really need it. I am all over. I like painting aspect most, so I picked up cool looking Warhammer figures. Dude, that's exactly what I did. I did the exact same thing. Like the only game that I play, and I've only played it twice, is the Middle Earth one, and Star Wars Legion 1. I'm just a big Lord of the Rings fan and a Star Wars fan, so those minis appealed to me intensely. But I'm the exact same. I just pick up things that look cool, and I'm like, yep, I'll paint you. And that's purely what I do it on. Base it off. And then, I'm a bit of a obsessive kind of personality. So as I just got more into the painting world and the painting community, I just found this is the figure I chose for my paladin. Oh, let's have a lookie. Well, shush stream. I chose. How do I mute myself? There we go. I'm such a fucking boomer. I'm just gonna click it on the computer again. That's easier. All right, what we got here? Bro, see, that's sick. Chaos Lord. Damn, he looks fucking cool as. See, that's such a sick mini. See? Super cool. I love that shit. That's exactly what I did, man. Like, most GW stuff that I bought was purely for D&D. Like, the Warhammer stuff, because I'm just like, God, this looks cool. So, I did a lot of that. A lot of just buying GW figures purely for D&D. But hell yeah, sick looking figure. Yeah, dude, 100%. I get that 100%. I did the exact same thing when I saw. I can't remember. I think it was like a skeleton Warhammer thing, like a Necro Lord or something like that. And as soon as I saw him, I was like, "Yep, that's the bad dude that I'm using. That's this Necromancer bad guy for D&D." He just looked so good, and I was like, "I need that." Let me just do some little. Oh no, I did too much. Oh my god. Not super bad. I think it's savable. I will do a little dot of brown. Oh, that's not too bad. That's not too bad. Let me take a photo so you can see, and I'll show you on screen so you can zoom up close, because I have shitty goddamn camera setup. I don't have a high quality camera for my painting yet. I will eventually get one. So let's try to get zoom in on these little eyes. There we go. All right. So this is what I've been doing on these eyes. A bit hard to see on the mini itself, but this is how, as you can see, I've sort of focused on getting the brown iris here with the dot up here to show the reflection, then a line across his eye, then another dot, then a reflection. A tip that I've learnt from a fair few painters is when you are painting eyeballs, you want to paint them not white. You want to paint them grey or a lighter grey. So then when you do your white pupil highlights, it pops and it really sells the piece a lot better. For example, now when you look at this figure and you look at the eyes, you can really see that, especially on this one, you can really see that white pupil just kind of stand out from the rest of the crowd. A lone pupil. So now I'm just going to go back in with this brighter green, just do some little touch-ups. His face is getting to a point where, for a keyboard key, I'm like, yeah, I could call you done soon. You can just add some little highlights on the eyes, just like that. Some of the fingertips too. Some of the ears. Just little bits. Yeah, so minis, anything, if you're painting the eyes, paint them a grey, and then that way when you do the white pupils, it looks a lot better. Because I was the same, I used to paint them white, and then you do the black pupil dot, and then you wonder why your characters look like they're tripping and they're high as fuck. But this helps way more, I found. So now we're just highlighting some of these little head bumpies. Just a little. I might even take this other green I've got here on the palette, which is a less bright green. Kind of a, I don't know what you'd call that. A ooey green. Just might do some dots. Just like some little spots. Just to sort of give him some skin texture. His ears, back of his ears especially. Just so it doesn't look like he's very flat coloured. Like he's got variety in his head. And his hands. Maybe even some under his little chin there. Yeah, that's actually good. I like that. A little bit under the chin. So the next thing I'll work on is probably this cradle. I've got it very rough looking at the moment because I want it to be kind of weathered and damaged. But we'll just keep trucking away. I just want to add a few more like brighter highlight areas to his face, just to really sell it. I mean, I don't know why, because this is just sitting on my keyboard after this. But hey, it's going to look nice. Little Yoda. You can even do some little dots of this in his head. Very subtle. This is just to show skin texture, different areas where it might be... Whoa, fuck me! Tells Scary, thank you so much for the follow. You scared the fucking shit out of me. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. I'm awake now. Oh my god. Whew. Boy. That was funny. Oh, fuck my chest. Good thing I finished those eyes up, eh? Oh boy. So we're just working on a custom mechanical keyboard keycap. This is a little baby Grogu or baby Yoda in his little pram, and it's going to go on my keyboard. That's what we're working on today, if you're new to the watching what's happening. We might also later on paint up a Star Wars Legion Dr. Robot, as I call him, or 21B Star Wars content. Well, sorry, that I guess I gotta... Yeah, no, don't be sorry. It's fine. It's funny. I turned the sound down in the awards thing, but I'm very, like, jump scary person. So I was in the zone, just dotting away at this, and it just scares me, yeah. Like, I think anything would scare me. It doesn't matter how noisy or quiet it is. But thank you for the follow, and also thanks for keeping me on my toes. I'm awake now. So I'm just adding very... tiny, you probably cannot even really see it on the camera. Not really. I guess you can see a little bit if I do it like that angle. But I'm just adding very tiny little dots, textures to this guy's head. Just so his head looks more like a head and not a green circle. Because that's something I find with some paint jobs can look too flat and too, like, it doesn't look real. I like realism a lot with my stuff, personally. So I try to add as much as I can in little areas, wherever it may be. So yeah, currently just doing some stippling on his head. Just trying to sort of sell that. Oh, actually that's not too bad. Do a little lines, just add more wrinkles. This just makes him look more realistic, I think, personally. I'm even going to do some under his face here. So he's under his little eyelids there. If I go in with a little stipple motion here. And get some in the cheeks there. On his eyelid as well. Picked a very intense green for Yoda, I know, or Grogu I should say, not Yoda, Grogu. But what does everyone think of that name, by the way, Grogu? Do you guys like it? The name that they gave the child, baby Yoda? It's been weird because we've had like Yoda for literally like Yoda and Yaddle. That was it. But even then, Yaddle was kind of lesser known still, because unless you're a diehard prequels fan like me, or you were into the Clone Wars lore, or, you know, I don't think many people really knew about Yaddle. So forever we've just called this whole species Yoda. It's interesting. I don't know. I like the name, personally. I think it's a good name. You know, it's very cutesy. Made me be like, oh, you know, little Grogu. Like, I was like, that's a great pet name. Little Grogu. Huh. Alright, we're going to add... Here we go. So his little robe, it's getting nice. It's not 100% where I want it to be. I feel like there'll be something interesting to come from. Yeah, I do too. I'm with you on that. So we're going to add some Sahara Yellow from Scale Color. We're going to add some of that into his robe mix. Yeah, I feel like they definitely will. I mean, I loved Season 2, and I'm excited to see where they go for Season 3. So I'm curious too. Very curious. we're just getting some of this Sahara yellow. Shush, 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 little Lando. That's my pug's called Lando, and he's buffing in the background. Sorry if you hear him a little bit. He's my little baby. Alright. So, slap some of this yellow, Sahara yellow it is. It's quite a nice yellow. Very creamy, tan looking yellow. So I'm going to chuck some of that on the palette. And what we'll then do is add some of that to this mixture I have here. So I've got some of that here. I'm going to add it into this just to sort of lighten it up a bit. And just to give it a more yellowy, warm base. And then what I like to do is get the paint into a fine point on the brush. I also have water on that, so I'll rub that off. And then we'll just do some more stippling effects here. Shush, 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 buddy. Alrighty. That's way too much, and I goofed that up. I was away for a bit there. Phone slid down the side of bed, and was it? Oh my god, that's the best. I'm glad you're back, and I'm glad you retrieved the device. That is always the worst. I'm also really excited about Boba Fett's story. Dude, I am excited about Boba Fett's story. I fucking love Boba Fett. So much so I have him tattooed on my arm up there. Kind of hard to see, but I love Boba Fett. Big Boba Fett fan. I've painted a lot of Boba Fett miniatures this last 12 months. A lot of them. It's such a cool character. I've loved him ever since I was a child, and they just made him even cooler. So, I'm stoked. Don't know about everyone else, but I'm very stoked. I'm glad you agree, Bog. Yeah, dude, it's gonna be so cool. Like, they made him such a fucking badass. Oh my god, it was great. As a Boba Fett fan, and people always... Okay, if you guys are hardcore Boba Fett fans too, you'll know that there was people who used to give Boba Fett fans like us shit. They'd be like, he did nothing, he just died, blah 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 blah. And my justification was, this was the guy he was in the peak of his game at the time. The after credit scene said, yes, how good, right? How good. So in my head, what I tell myself is the canon lore that I've created is how it was easily defeated in Return of the Jedi was because he was at Jabba's palace. He just scored Han Solo, the biggest bounty that this guy wanted. He was in party mode. That dude was just drinking, and he was... I know some Boba paint jobs. I'm also a Boba Fett fan, and he got even cooler. Yes, exactly. He was killed by pilot armor. Exactly. So he was just like... He was drunk, I'm assuming. He was in party mode. He wasn't prepared for a Jedi to rock up. Oh, shit. Sorry, I shook the camera. A Jedi to rock up and just cause a ruckus. He was not in the zone at all. But, you know, now he's on a mission to get his armor back. The dude is in the zone. I've currently painted 3 Boba Fett miniatures for Legion. If you'd like a look at them, let me know. But I've painted up one based on Return of the Jedi. I've also painted up one from Season 2 Mandalorian that I 3D printed. I call it Dad Bod Boba. And he's in like his sort of messed up weathered armor. And then I also painted up one based off the Star Wars animation droids from the holiday special. I love that color scheme. Very beautiful color scheme. So I painted one up like that too. Okay, so now that I'm doing this stippling here, I've noticed that I've made it too light overall in some areas. So what we're going to do is glaze the brown back in. Very thinly. Super thin layer. Like, that's too much. Take it off. And if we brush it, yeah, there we go. So just to dull it back down, bring it back into the sort of warmer brown tones. There you go. So it's not so bright now, and it's kind of dulled it back down a little so it doesn't look terrible. But there it is. And how cool was it seeing Bib Fortuna at the end of season 2 getting like big and fat? That was the best. I love that. Hey, actually, chat, I'm going to show you something. I forgot about this project. I've got this project. What do you guys think? Ow, my headphones. Okay, so I have a another box of minis. I haven't painted them up yet because I was saving them for a cool time. But if you're a Star Wars fan, and since we are talking about Mandalorians and Boba Fett, I have the Clan Ren unit expansion for Legion. So it's all of these. I got all these bad boys to paint up. Would you guys be interested in if I streamed these? I don't want to do them as an individual clan. I want to do as a clan like that. I want to do them as each individual Mando. I want to paint them all custom. So if you guys are interested in that, we will definitely stream it. I've also seen too, see how they have these kind of like clear pillars? We're getting rid of that. We're having these sick 3D printed smoke trails instead. So it's going to be like instead. And also this one right here in particular, this front man with the dual pistols, I'm painting this one up like Jango Fett because I need a Jango Fett mini in my life and they haven't made one yet, so we're going to paint this guy up like Jango Fett because I love that character as well. So Jango Fett, and then I have not thought of what we're going to do with the rest of them yet, but this first one will be a Jango Fett miniature. But yeah, there's so many cool looking things, like even this one here with the fucking cape, and she can have the sword option or the gun. I kind of want the sword, like that's cool. Might try and paint that like a dark saber, I don't know. But I'm gonna, that if you're interested, I'm definitely probably gonna stream those as well, because they just look like so much fun to paint. But we'll continue on with this little Grogu now. But yeah, if you're interested in that, let me know. Kind of want to do stuff that people are, not just stuff for me, but stuff that people are kind of interested in watching. Like this keycap is a very me stream. It's just a little project I wanted to do for a while. So it's not really for, I don't know if it's interesting painting. Or signage figure to a follower to design. Oh my goodness, that would be interesting too. That is tempting. That is tempting. I might make it like a channel points thing. You can use your channel points to get a figure or something to like choose its color scheme, how you want it painted. That'd be kind of cool. Might have to do something like that too. I should make a Discord for a lot of this shit. I always have these crazy ideas, and I need to make a Discord to talk during the week when I'm not streaming. I might make that this week as a priority. And just so we can all share links and shit, that'll be so much easier in Discord. That's not a bad idea, Gio. Not a bad idea. Although I will warn you, that will be a little bit down the track, those guys. I do have to do this guy first, and I have to do this chick first, and this chick's gonna be a doozy. You should have a pad to write down each idea you have. I have forgotten, bro. Let me show you. I'm a crazy psycho when it comes to that stuff. I got two different journals, full of painting ideas. This one's like a daily journal. This one is purely for painting. Like, look at this. I got color theory. I got quotes that I really like. I got ideas. I got more ideas. We got goals, army painting tips, scene sketches for ideas, more sort of scene stuff. Ignore my handwriting of a 2-year-old. Dwarf Kickstarter. I got so much. I also make like checklists too. Checklist of ideas. Checklist of more things to paint. More things to buy. Checklist of more. I'm crazy, man. I've got a problem. But I'm a huge list fan and a huge goal-oriented kind of creative, if that makes sense. Like I set up a lot of goals and I can't do the next goal until I hit the first goal. So it can be very challenging, but it helps you get shit done. For your stream channel ideas too. I do. I have like for example, one of my stream ideas was this. I kind of wanted to theme my channel around this cave. I kind of wanted to theme my channel around like fantasy elements and stuff. So my channel points are kind of like magic themed. My like channel points is like a little rune called a time spent rune because I'm obsessed with hourglasses and time in general. So that's why my logo is also like a skull and an hourglass. It's I got it like tattooed on my arm there as well. Bad camera angle, but you get the idea. But yeah, I have a lot of ideas for the stream that I want to do as well. And not just solely featured around me painting or hiding in a cave, but also like other ideas with getting other people on and talking to them and questions and just hanging out. There's quite a bit that I've got like in the works. The YouTube channel is like the secondary thing at the moment because I'm still very new to streaming. I want to put some effort into the Twitch channel first before I start the YouTube one. But for now, it's coming together slowly. I mean, I've only been doing it for a month or two at the moment, so I don't really have a lot of time under the belt with the whole process yet. But I have lots of ideas, and at least I know that I'll be able to. They're very achievable, if that makes sense. So they're not super like out of the way where I'm like, how the fuck am I going to do this? Okay, I need to look at some Baby Yoda reference. I want to get this dirt crusty here. So my partner, Bunny Chan, she also paints miniatures and streams. And she painted this Baby Yoda. So I'm kind of copying that. I'm using it as my reference. If you're a miniature painter too and you want to get better, reference material. Good God. Get minis, everything. Like when I paint any of my busts, I have like 10 other photos of the same bust painted on my iPad next to me at all times. So I can like look, check, reference, techniques, everything. Like reference. That's how you get better as an artist. People say like they just paint from their heads. They're full of shit. Your brains are so dumb. Brains forget everything. Alright. Need a bit of an orangey, dirty, rusty, blah, blah, blah. This one. Nope. This one. That looks way better. This is orange leather. This is one of my favorite colors from Scale Color paints. It's beautiful. But yeah, as far as the stream goes, lots of ideas for that to come, you know. I'd love to have some sort of like animation-y thing happen while I'm painting, but I also want it to be focused around painting because I know a lot of people that stream like do games and stuff like that, and I do like playing video games, but I just enjoy painting a lot more. And back a good 6-7 years ago, I used to stream just myself playing video games and make YouTube videos about video games, but painting took over that completely. But hey, if that's something people would be interested in seeing, I'm always down to bring it back and play through some like fantasy games or whatever, sci-fi. I don't know if that's people's thing. I kind of don't want to have an audience that's based on miniature painting and then I'm like, yeah, I'm going to play Skyrim today. And they go, what the fuck is this? You know, that's something that's always on my mind. So now what we're doing is we are just going to start weathering a bit more of this. Let me bring the palette under here. So I'm adding this brown that I have over here to this orange and this yellow paint. And what that's going to do is help just darken it down and bring it all into the same sort of tones as the rest of the little model. And then what we're going to do is just come under here and just start stippling. Actually, I'm going to I'm going to wipe most of it off. I'm just going to start under this ledge here where this would be all gross and crusty. Just very roughly sketch in some grime and stuff. Just to sort of help us sell it a bit better. Especially around the edges here. Now he's got these little vent things in the back here that I wanted to kind of paint up as well. But yeah, let me know if you'd be interested in that, because like I obviously Among Us, fuck that game off. No Among Us ever. There's like 70 million other people playing that. I would want to play Custom Farming too, if that makes sense. But even then, I don't think I would play games very often on stream. I don't know. I tried that once, it wasn't for me. I like playing games by myself and just enjoying that experience, not having to sort of do other stuff with it. Whereas painting, it's a lot easier to talk about and paint at the same time for me, because I naturally can do that. Yeah, I'm sorry. If you came here for Among Us content, you're in the wrong channel. I hear most other big streamers have done it at some point. Or YouTubers. Pretty sure Disguised Toast is now just an Among Us player. I used to love his Hearthstone videos back in the day when I played Hearthstone. So we're just dirtying this little cradle up now. Little scratches here, lines, just like that, very bold. Not really worrying about if it looks good or not. Because at the end of the day, it's weathering and it's never meant to be perfect. And I'll show you what we're going to go back over a lot of this stuff. So it's looking like that. Disguised Toast, man, I miss him. Yeah, I used to love him too, but I think like he's just a fucking Among Us streamer. That's like most streamers, right? They just get on the popular game and then that's it. See you later. All the other stuff. But back when I was a big Hearthstone fan, I loved watching his stuff. Him breaking the game and shit like that was so funny. So we're now just glazing in some, and almost dry brushing it in. Actually, it's not very glazed, but we're just adding more lighter colours around that corners here, especially. Can do some like edge highlighting on that there, but very lightly, just kind of going in, adding a bit more to this little keycap. Cool beans. Ooh, it's my understanding that when most acrylic paints are not toxic to humans when used for typical acrylic painting process, because they are water-based, the acrylic colors that contain toxic chemicals will have it marked on the label. These include cadmium, cobalt, and lead. That is true, yes. And most oil paints have those too. I don't think many acrylic paints have those pigments in them. But yeah, I would say. So I believe I'm all good with most acrylic paints. Most acrylic paints I find are non-toxic, but cadmium and a lot of those other like lead and stuff and cobalt, they're all in oil paints. Oil paints, big no-no. Never put your paintbrush in your mouth with oil paints. But for most acrylics, I think you're fine. Most acrylics are generally non-toxic. And even then, I'm not sucking a lot of the paint off. Like essentially what happens is I'll wet the brush, wipe it on my paper towel so it's like this, and see how it's kind of flat, and then just in the mouth there just to get a very fine point. But don't worry. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not super bad. But thank you for reading up on it. You totally don't have to do that too. This is just a terrible habit that I've developed from a long time of just doing it to kind of just like get the finest point. It's kind of like, what is way worse? Airbrushing without a respirator. That is so much worse. Oh my god. Like, don't use your airbrush unless you have a respirator. Like, because that just creates those aerosol droplets, and that shit just gets straight in your lungs. And even the cleaners for the cleaners are nearly worse than the paints. Like this stuff, I can't show you it, but I've got some over here. Airbrush cleaner, way worse. Yeah, I was just confirming your thoughts from earlier. Oh no, that's good then. So yeah, I did have a bit of a smart moment, hey. But yeah, the oil paints are the baddies you want to watch out for. That's what killed Bob Ross, right? Died from oil paints. I did it back when I was a kid when I told my mum's friend about it, and she was adamant I would die if I kept licking my brush. Yeah, that's like most parents though, you know. They're boomers. They're like, if you carry 5-cent coins around, you'll die. Maybe not like that, but you know what I mean. Parents always said crazy shit like that. I mean, some things was right, but you know. But yeah, I definitely the paint stuff. I think the most famous paint related story like that I like to, if you've ever heard about, is the Radiant Girls. Google that if you're interested in that. It's about these girls, this group of girls that used to paint with radioactive paint back in the, I can't remember when it was, in America though, but they used to paint with this radioactive paint because it glowed in the dark, and they used to do it on all the watch faces. You know how like the watch handles would glow in the dark? It's like a bit of radioactive paint. So these guys used to use that, and they also the girls used to like paint their nails with it like this, and then they would lick it, and anyway they all got crazy radiation poisoning, and like some of their teeth would fall out, their jaws would be deformed, they would die of radiation poison or have this awful long slow process of death. And it was real fucked up, but it's very interesting to like read up on the awful shit that happened back then, because the companies were like, nah, it's not the paint, can't be the paint, we use radioactive paint, it's not bad, it's good for you. Yeah, real interesting to read up on. Radiant Girls, I believe it is, or just type in radioactive paint girls and you'll get it. This is why I ignore you in the chat, Green Boy. Oh god, film row. You two are the worst. Come in here. Just be memeing on each other. But yeah, it's very interesting. There's a great video where they talk about it on YouTube. I thoroughly like. It's just like, holy shit. That's the kind of paint you definitely don't want to be licking on your brush. 100%. Thank you, Mole Man. Appreciate it. Yeah, right? Like, it's fucking wild. Like, they got, like, the companies wouldn't help them. I think it was literally, like, 20 to 40 years later that they finally got, like, their just desserts, essentially, like, got the help that they needed from these fucking crazy companies. Absurd. Like, so crazy. I know. How about you find some and let me know? Yeah, radiation's fucking terrifying, dude. Ugh. Like, that's a scary thing. There's this YouTube channel I watch of this urban explorer. His name's like Shay, and he's like some sort of Lithuanian urbex guy, and he fully, like, I would never do it, but it is interesting to watch, and he fully snuck into the exclusion zone of Chernobyl and spends like a week living there, and it's fucking wild just seeing what he sees in films and stuff like that. So it's super interesting, like seeing his channel, and obviously it's like crazy stuff, but if you're into kind of seeing a lot of those things, yeah, wild wild. I was talking about the elephant's foot on here sometime, which is that room in Chernobyl where it's like got the massive. Oh my good god! Blue Sky's the boy. Thank you for following. I appreciate it a lot. I haven't seen the show Chernobyl yet, no, but apparently I'll like it. I've just been I'm very bad with TV shows, but I loved watching this guy explore it. It was fucking crazy. Elephant's feet. I think that's what it was, yeah. And yeah, the builds where they did that have been torn down and the sites are all radioactive. Yeah, it's fucking wild, man. Fucking wild. What is this you've linked, Green Boy? If this is bad, Moleman ban him. Yeah, no, that's it. Good. Okay, good. Don't ban him. He did a good thing. But yeah, that is it. That's the link. So that's Shay. He went to fucking Chernobyl, and it's like an 8-part series, and it's fucking wild. Like the shit he sees. He even drinks like, he's got some like Russian guide with him, and the dude's like, yeah, look, there's no running water in this area, so we're gonna have to go down to this well where there's rainwater, and we're gonna just drink the rainwater from this radioactive place. And I was like, that's insane. You could not get me to do that. I'd be like, I'm dying. You only cop the ban when it's not miniature related or what we're talking about related. That's the only way. Don't tempt the Molebot. He has all the power. The Molebot is powerful. What did FilmRow just do? Oh, God, man, you're making me click shit. What is it? Alright, Molebot, time Rail out. Time him out. He's been goober. That son of a bitch. Thanks, Molebot. Appreciate it. Now, for the rest of you in chat, FilmRow and Green Boy, one is a housemate, one is a friend. Ignore them. Just absolute trash. Just pay no attention to them. But the rest of you, lovely humans. Thanks, Molebot. Appreciate it. Got the best mod in the land here, fellas. But yeah, the Chernobyl stuff, fucking crazy. I really want to watch the series. I just got to find time to sit down and actually watch it. Because currently I've just been going back through old content. But at the moment, it's so interesting, all that stuff, you know. And the crazy thing is, like, he goes around the buildings. Hey, how you going, Plasma? What's up, man? How's the sculpting going? But as far as the listen, OG doesn't mean anything. OG doesn't mean shit. No. But I hope you're doing well. But what was I talking about? Oh yeah, the thing that's crazy with that guy, the Urbex Explorer dude going around there, is they go through a lot of the buildings, and you like some of them are just completely untouched. Like it's as if it was a show house and it's just been left there still. It's creepy, super eerie, but very interesting. He also has a channel where he like finds a lot of these Russian underground bases, or videos I should say, where he finds these crazy underground bases. It's fucking wild, man. I love it. Very interesting to watch and see like all the shit he finds. Alright, we're gonna make some grey here. We're gonna do my favorite form of weathering. Oh good, I'm glad, my man. I'm gonna do some lines like this. Little scratches now. Oh my goodness. Foxalotto. Green Boy gifting 2 tier 1 subs. You suck up. Thank you for the gift subs, Green Boy, and thanks to Foxalotto and Casmania7. You guys have now joined. He's just going for that clout number 1. Thank you for the subs though, dude. You did not have to subscribe at all. This is a channel all about fun and just chatting with fellow painters and makers and crafters and stuff. But thank you for the subscriptions. I do appreciate it very much. Save your money, fellas. Save your money to buy more hobby things. But thanks for joining the Fellowship of Nerds. Oh, alright, we're getting some of this weather on. What have I missed? Oh, Green Boy, you sexy human. You guys now have access to the Pug Champ emote is what I've called it. It's my puppy Lando. So you've got the Pug Champ emote, and then I've got this How emote, which I thought was pretty funny. It's just, how the fuck did they do that? Or how are they doing it so wrong? You can use it for anything. But yeah, you got access to some... There you go, Pug Champ emotes. So yeah, we got Pug Champ Little Lando, and then we've also got me just saying how, because I couldn't think of anything else to do with the emote. But thanks, fams. Now you can watch this bogan and spam emotes whenever you want. Oh, that's a good idea. Grey in there. Much better. So now we're just kind of working on the weathering of this little thing. How emote is a tier 2? Okay, I didn't know how I did that then. I think I have to get more things. Yeah, you got to shrink a little. Yeah, look, ignore that emote then. That emote will come in the future when I can get more normal tier emotes, whenever that happens. I'm not really sure. But we'll fix that at one point. But anyway, the pug one is the important one. So that's much better. Yep. The little Pug Champ all the way. There we go. Yeah, look, I was trying to think of an emote that's just related to, like, how shit, how good, you know. Like, I can, like, say if I'm painting something and people think it's shit, they can be like, ow, look at this, it's so fucking bad. But I can interpret it as how good, right? So I've saved myself the pain. So that was the whole plan behind that one, just to, you know, fix that sort of negative issue. Done. But I'm glad people like the Pug Champ emote. It's a fun little one. I want to get, you know, like that scene in Lord of the Rings where they're singing the Green Dragon Inn song? I want to get that played when someone subscribes. But I think that's against the terms and services of Twitch, so I might have to sing and perform it myself. And just change the words. 15%. And then I'll be all good. Dun, 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 dun. Da, 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 da. Yeah, that's stuck in my head. Okay, what do we got here? I feel like with the people not liking Pog as much, the How emote will be the new Pog Champ. Just the fucking How. Plasma 3D. A question. I'm having trouble with coverage of my colors from Army Painter. Okay. Let me see. What colors is it particular? Is it like yellows and stuff? Because I find yellows or oranges I had trouble with Army Painter as well. I think it just might be the paint brand. To be honest, if you are going to buy more paints in the future, stay clear of Army Painter. Get on Vallejo Model Color if you're looking for a cheaper alternative, and they're really good, these guys. So the brand Vallejo Model Color acrylics, get on them. They're really nice. If you want a matte paint finish, I would suggest Scale Color. But Army Painter can be tricky, I've noticed. Like, some of their paints are good, some of them real fucking shit. But definitely try out Vallejo if you're going to pick up more paints. I would suggest them or Citadel. Citadel are really good. Skin color and white. Okay, yep. So with skin color and white paints, you're going to have a lot of issues with a lot of different companies for that. Personally, my favorite is the scale color paints because they're very matte, and I haven't had any issues with their skin colors. I used all their skin color paints on every color really. Oh boy, that sucks. So yeah, I've used all their skin colors on this. There's whites, yellows, pinks, magentas. You know, they come out very smooth and they got good coverage. So I personally like the scale color range of paints. That's what I subscribe to, if that makes sense. But as far as like the army painter, I had one paint from them. I'll show you it. I kept it here as a reminder never to buy them again, unfortunately. But it was this goddamn Phoenix Flames. This is more like Phoenix shit, and it cost me $5. It was so bad. It literally came out like it looks nice there, but when you get it on the mini, oh, it's just fucking spewing. See, look at that. That's how toxic this paint was. Awful, but it was terrible. It came out so bad. I was fuming when I bought that one because I wanted a really nice yellow. Best yellow I've ever used, by the way, if you're interested. Chimera Pigments. This shit is yellow. Real yellow. Also because it's 50 to 30% pigment, unlike most other paint brands you find. That's why these Chimera paints are very good. But I would stick to the Vallejo or the GW Citadel paints or Scale 75. You'll have the best results for painting with those, my friend. You get extra tier 1 emotes come at 15, 25, and 50 sub points. Ah, shit. Okay, so you have to get subs to get more emotes. That makes sense. I get that. Alright. Hey guys. No, just kidding. Don't subscribe. Seriously. You really don't have to. I just do this for fun. It's a hobby. Don't subscribe. That would be like my... You know, like YouTubers at the end of their videos are like, please subscribe. Mine was like, please don't. Just watch if you enjoy. Look, yeah, more subs equal more emotes. I get it, but I don't want people to have to pay for that shit. You know? I'm happy for people just to watch for frees. That's what this is about. Just chatting, having a good time, sharing information. Information that should be free. Shouldn't come at a cost. So, yeah. I get it. Helps get more subs and emotes and whatnot, but I'm also cool without that stuff. You know? We got the Pug Champ. That's the key. Just wait till one of his mates gifts. Yeah, well, that's it, right? If one of you guys just keep gifting subs, then I'll be like, well, fuck, there we go. We got another emote. But, yeah, for realsies, you totally don't have to. This is just a fun hobby sharing experience. As I said, save your monies to go buy more models and feed your plastic addiction. I don't know if I just said a sentence there. I think my brain had a bit of a glitch, and I can't remember. I just went to a dark place in my head. The Army Painter's cheap ones in the US, and all Army Painter needs to have the devil shaken out of them to get the pigments to mix right. But even then, some colors are just trash. Yeah, I think like as a beginning base paint, they're fine. You're just really gonna have to get that fucking strong arm working out for it, you know. But so shake the absolute shit out of them, man. Like, I'm trying to think what's a good way to shake them. You can get those crazy tattoo ink tubes and just like, and they'll shake the crap out of it. But definitely shake the crap out of those Army Painter ones. Like, I still have some colors that I do use. They have a great wash actually that I've used a lot of. That's gone now. It's in my paint rack somewhere. But they are definitely cheap. They are cheap. It's kind of like, you know, it's like most things. The cheaper they are, there's like some skimp out sort of things here where the pigments aren't the best and whatever. But they still can work. Paint's paint, you know. I personally just like the matte finish of the scale color ones, so that's why I use them the most. But you can use kind of what tickles your fancy eventually. But yeah, for me, the scale colors are just sick. They do everything I really enjoy. The matte finish is the big one because I like when you finish a piece. Even like this, it's non-metallic metal, so it's meant to simulate shininess. It's nice just having a sort of flat finish, so you can kind of tell where the highlights are. It doesn't show off any artificial highlights, if that makes sense. So the highlights you're seeing here aren't because the paint's shiny and the light above is creating a shine on them. It's because I've purposefully painted the highlights in the... Oh my goodness. Sun Love Wow is now following. Thank you so much for following, Sun Love Wow. Do you play World of Warcraft? I do sometimes. But yeah, so the matte paint shows you where your highlights are purposefully painted. And I even, so I use a matte paint and then I seal them all with this. Let me bring out the... So I use this bad boy. Tamiya Color Flat Clear TS80. So even... I used to too, lol. I'm glad. So all these figures and stuff I paint with a matte paint, but even then, after I paint with the matte paint, sometimes I use the model color stuff, the Vallejo stuff, and that's kind of a satiny finish. But then what I do is I drench it. I absolutely drench it in this model color matte flat clear sort of finish. This protects it, and it also just keeps it super consistent, so it doesn't matter what paint brand you use in the end. Like for an example, these Citadel, Lord of the Rings army guys I did, these are using a lot of contrast paints. Now contrast paints, they're very shiny. They've got a glossy finish and texture on them, as well as most Citadel paints have a satiny finish. So I used a lot of those in a combo with a lot of these scale color paints. So it can look a bit weird because some paints are shiny, some paints are very flat and matte looking. So then what you do is you just come in with one of these sort of flat clear, and you can use any brand. I just happened to use this one because it was the first one I ever tried and it worked really good. So I was like, all right, I'll stick with that. I'm not going to try anything else. So yeah, I used this, and this just brings it all together in the end. So it doesn't matter what paints you use, they all have this matte finish that I really like. So that's what I like to do for all my figures, all my models, everything. Like all these busts that I paint up, all these dwarf one, all that, they're all got this clear matte finish coat on them at the end. Even my metallic stuff, which some people don't like to do because it kind of can dull the shine a little, but it doesn't too bad. I used to build Tamiya cars. Oh, nice. Starts looking for old Tamiya spray color. Yeah, I haven't built a lot of Tamiya kits or anything. Because I wouldn't mind building the Gundam kit, actually, a Bandai kit, like the Gundams one day, and using a lot of their stuff. But I know their enamel paints are pretty interesting. I've got one here actually. Where the hell is it? This hot pink, this crazy pink. I also love this product. This shit's so good. They're cement, they're for minis. This stuff is so much better than the Citadel plastic glue or whatever the hell they try and sell. This stuff's awesome. It makes like a weld bond and just glues that shit together. But you're totally right. As a cheap tool, it will work, but it's so much easier to get more expensive stuff to work for you most of the time. Yeah, Tal is exactly right there. That's exactly how I view it as well. You're paying that bit more premium, but it's better and it lasts a bit longer. Like these scale color paints, I've never had to buy a refill until literally the other day of one color, and I've been painting for 3 years now, so I've had these for a long time. Also, for filling gaps, use green stuff or Milliput. What is that glue called? Just Tamiya glue. It's called cement. Here, let me show you. So if this is the best for Citadel Games Workshop kits, I would say, because of the plastic molds that they use, and it welds them together. So this is Tamiya cement. It's called. No fire and poison. So definitely don't lick the brush of this one. But it's essentially it's like a nail polish. That's the best way to describe it. So it comes in this little, with a little brush on the end, and you just do a little wipe like that over the area that you want to glue together, and it works so good. So good. So yeah, it's called Tamiya Cement. There's also a thin cement version, but that's always sold out, so I can never find that one. So yeah, that's great. I do use Milliput for filling gaps. So I use Milliput over green stuff, just because green stuff you get this much for $15, which over here in Australia, I'm that's a fucking steal. That's awful. A steal in a bad way steal. But Milliput, you get like a whole goddamn tube, and you can use it for so many other things, and I just prefer it better. So sad. I was just at Testors Texture Paint. I haven't had my model building stuff out in years. Oh man, bust it back out. Get building. It's so much fun. Do you want to see the best PVA glue? Mod Podge, especially like matte mate. That is by far the best PVA glue. Since we're talking about hobby stuff, this shit's so good. But Milliput's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you agree. Because Milliput, you can like wet down and like I used Milliput to build this this scene here. So all this back area, this is Milliput that I sculpted in there along with clay. So all Milliput. Dude, I clicked on this because you were making a miniature I wanted to start sculpting again. I'm glad. Dude, start sculpting. 100%. But yeah, so I used, as you can see here, here's the Milliput. So the best part about the Milliput too, right, is this is very rough at the moment, but you can sand the shit out of it so it's smooth as eggs. So like all this, yeah, it's real shitty at the moment. I'm going to come in here with sandpaper and clean all of this up. So this will look very flush with the water after it. See, it's all fucked here because I did the resin pour recently. But once this is all sanded with the Milliput and the resin, it'll come out so nice. But yeah, get sculpted, dude. Do that. It's so cool. I wish I was good enough to sculpt. The closest thing I've ever sculpted was this. I'll show you. I'm not sure what it's going to be. I call it a self-portrait. It's kind of like me sitting at my desk, I assume. But yeah, this is what I've sculpted. This is all Milliput. This is Sculpey. But yeah, that's what I've sculpted. Maybe one day it can be a D&D monster. But right now it's just, I'm calling it a self-portrait. So that's that. But yeah, we do lots of stuff here, Sunlove WoW. Lots of miniature hobby related things anyway. Currently we're painting up a little keycap for myself. Baby Yoda or Grogu. Whichever flavour of the week you like to refer to him as. So we're painting this up. It's getting close to finishing though. So we're doing pretty good. I sculpted a giant moth and then stopped sculpting. I now mess with resin and keycaps. Oh, dude, you mess with keycaps? Nice. That's sick. Okay, Geo Berserker, you've now... Look, I love Spirited Away. You fucking nailed it on the head. I tried to build that... Ah! 1 second. We're good. We're back. I tried to build that, that little... What are they called? The little statues from out the front before she goes into the village. So these little stone statues from Spirited Away. I tried to build one, but definitely didn't work out great because I'm not that good at sculpting. It kind of just looked like an eggshell that's kind of yelling. That face that FilmRail posted, it kind of looks like that. It looks like someone with no teeth just going, ha. So it didn't work out great. But that's so sick that you're doing resin and keycaps. I would be very interested. What tools you got? Bro, it's kind of like, what tools don't I have? I'm a bit of a tool nut and I keep buying it. It takes practice, yeah, I get that. I currently use a lot of like these kind of tools at the moment. Like these dentist shit. I got a lot of those. I've made some as well, like scrapers, I call them. Where are they? I'll show you. If I can find them. My desk's kind of a bit of a shit show at the moment. But I literally use anything and everything. I made some cute, edgy looking cat paws. That's sick. Dentist tools are the best. Yeah, I've got dentist tools. I used some like guitar strings too and made some like custom shit. Let me see. What the hell is it? Yeah, here we go. So this is like a paintbrush handle that I snapped off an old one, and then I've milliputted, and this is a guitar string here. Like a little guitar string, so I use that to kind of like scrape stuff off the clay and things like that. But eggy, oh, some eggy looking cat paws. I thought you meant edgy. I'm an idiot. But yeah, so I've made some things like this, stuff like that. Oh my god, Moleman clipped me. This is when I knocked the camera over. Look, I'll watch that later. But yeah, so I've watched a couple of people do sculpty stuff, but nothing like super. I haven't really put a lot of effort into it. The latest one that I was working on one day when I was bored was this. I was trying to make a face. Oh god, it's gross still. It's got lots of... Hey, the hair actually... The dust and hair from the animals on it doesn't look too bad. But it was like a face with a beard. I was just kind of like playing around with this. But yeah, this is what I was kind of tinkering with before. But yeah, nothing super fancy. Very basic. Very basic. I just enjoy it for a bit of fun. I'm more like the painting of sculpts kind of side. Yeah, it's totally unintentional stylized. Yeah, to be honest, I can't do them either. So I just winging it. The one thing I am gonna sculpt on stream is this mini here. I've got this boar god, and he's got like all these funguses and mushrooms, and it was a 3D print, but I ran out of resin halfway through, and I don't want to throw it away because I was like, this is too good of an opportunity to sculpt something. So I want to kind of finish the sculpture of this like fungusy creature. It's a bit hard to see, but he's got all these little human hands inside of him, and then he's got all these human faces along the back here. It's very Kingdom of Death board game based, but I found a file online, so I printed it, and it just looks so sick. So I want to try to sculpt something on the back, this flat surface here, and we'll see what it can look like. That looks like the old enforcer guy from Breaking Bad. It fucking does too, doesn't it? Now that you've said that, I cannot get that out of my head. That's hilarious. Oh shit, that looks cool. Yeah, how cool is it, right? Like, so as soon as I saw it, I was like, I gotta try to print this thing. So, yeah, I've printed that out. So I'll be definitely trying to sculpt some stuff on that and see where we go. But yeah, just finishing a little Yodie. Yeah, this guy's super cute, super fun. And it's cool that it's a little keycap for myself, because I watched a few mechanical keyboard videos. I'm real big into like a lot of makey ASMR stuff, and I found some mechanical keyboard stuff. I just like process videos on YouTube. So anything with like someone showing off their process on how they do something or what they do, I'm just super interested in. And mechanical keyboard was a big one. And then I got into the world of custom keycaps, and I was like, this is sick. I kind of want to do my keyboard up like that. So, and then I thought about making my own, but then I was like, no, just see if you can 3D print some files and go from there. So that's kind of what I did. 3D printed a little Yoda, and we're just going from there. What does that 3D printer remind me of? This could be maybe from, it's another Ghibli or Studio Ghibli or Ghibli, however you say it, film. The Princess Mononoke, the big like creature thing that's running, or it could be from Annihilation on Netflix with Natalie Portman. Yeah, Mononoke, that's the one. I'm probably saying it terrible. But it's a boar. Yeah, it's a big boar. This is actually called a boar god, the figure too. Mononoke. Maybe that's how you say it. The pickle rat. What? But it might be what it's reminding you of. But I was remembering in Annihilation, there's like the bear, if you've seen that film. Mononoke. That's it. Perfect. See, this is how you guys can say things I can't pronounce. I mean, it said it was a boar god, but it's got like fungies and stuff everywhere, so it is kind of a boar god. Yeah. Mononoke. No, that's wrong, Rao. You've got that wrong. But I'm glad, Foxalotl, that you liked Annihilation, because I love that film too. And that figure reminded me of that bear, how you see like the half the skull fucked up on the bear. I thought that was sick. I think the witch doctor summons from Diablo 3. No, you are right. It totally does. It's like that fucking little creature thing that it summons. The undead thing. That's actually sick. I didn't even think of that too. Holy crap. And Annihilation was so scary. Beautiful cards though. How good, right? That scene with the body like exploded up against the wall. Fucking beautiful, but awfully terrifying. Yeah, that bit was freaky how imprinted. Yeah, that was fucking. I forgot all about that part. How it would make the human voice like help sounds. Oh, that was fucking. Ugh. Yuck. So cool though. Such a cool Netflix film. Apparently, there's more books in that, but I think it's based off a book, I believe, and I believe there's more than one. It's like 3. I might have to read those. I'm currently going through Dune again, so I'll be stuck on that for a while. Haven't played Diablo in so long. The alligator, yeah. See, I would love it if they made more. How good, right? I thought it was, yeah. I generally loved it. Visually, so impressive. I thought it was really well done. Even the ending, like, it was really cool. Because I'd never read the book, but apparently my mum's a big sci-fi fan. She said it was a book based off of a book, and there's like a 3-part series or something like that in the film world, which is cool if that's true. But do you know what they need to make? You're reading it in anticipation of the movie Dune. So I read Dune for the first time last year. Someone, like, I'd never read it. I'd only ever seen the awful oh, wait a second, sorry. Stressed Medic is loving catching you in your streams when I get the chance. Thank you, Stressed Medic. I'm glad you cast the hair growth spell. As you can see, my channel points will help this balding man's hair regrow. We're getting there, fellas and ladies. It's a bit patchy here, but you know, that's just from thinking too hard, we'll say. But it's growing. The middle's coming back slowly, so the more hair growth, the better. But I am reading Dune because I read it for the first time last year, and I really thought it was fucking fantastic. Like, such a good book. And I'd only ever seen the TV show, the old one, and the movie. I believe it's the film with Patrick Stewart in it. And I was like, holy shit! I hadn't seen that for years, and it was great. Yep, thank you. Man are up. Time. Need to drink some more orange juice. It's been sitting out for way too long. Oh my god, warm orange juice is disgusting. That's fucking foul. But thank you. My throat was getting dry. Yeah, it was not good. Not good. But yeah, so I'm rereading the book and listening to the audiobook, and it's really fucking cool. I'm gonna go get some water. That was rank. Here, 1 second, you'll get to see the Be Right Back screen. And I'm back. Yes, Gio, I do know they're coming out with a new movie, and that's what inspired me to read it again, because I love the director who is doing it. He did the Blade Runner remake, and I was a big fan of that movie. I fucking loved it. Visually, it looked so good. So, I'm a big fan. But yes, that's also why the Dune hype has happened again. So it was because of... I haven't seen Arrival yet. Everyone tells me I need to see Arrival. But the Dune cast is crazy bonkers, and it looks super fucking visually awesome. And also, I've been watching Matt Colville play a lot of the Dune board game, which we own. And I really want to play that board game, because good God, it looks good. Watch it, man. Okay, I'm going to have to. Everyone says that, because I am a big sci-fi fan, but I'm not good at watching new stuff. So I just kind of wait and watch things eventually down the line. Josh Brolin, Jason Momoa, yeah. Dude, it looks like... And Oscar Isaac looks like, pardon me, a great cast. Like, I'm super excited to watch it. But I've heard so many good things about Arrival. People say it's one of the best sci-fi films in a long time. So I should watch it. I think I got it confused. There's another film, actually, that I watched that I got it confused with. It's a sci-fi adventure, but way better. Okay. What was it that I watched? It was the one that has Chris Pratt in it and the chick from the Hunger Games. And I thought that was Arrival, but I think it's something else. And anyway, I got him totally confused, and I watched that, and I was like, that was good, but that wasn't, like, the best shit in the world. Like, I enjoyed it, but, you know, I wasn't super stoked on it. Like, whoa, nothing is better. This is amazing. Passengers, yeah. See, maybe that's why I got... Because Arrival and Passengers are two words that I put in my head in the same category. I think that's what I fucking did. No, it wasn't Jupiter Ascending. It wasn't that one. Shit, are they in that film as well? Holy shit, I didn't realise. I mean, I didn't mind Jupiter Ascending. To be fair, though, I can't really remember it. I'm also terrible for film taste, because most of the films I like, people seem to hate. Oh, look, I'm with you there. I don't know shit either, so I'm glad we're both in the same area. A little baked. But, yeah, I don't know shit, man. I just kind of like... I like movies that I like, and I don't care what other people think. Like, I'm a diehard prequels fan, but I'm also a Hobbit fan. I love the Hobbit movies. So most people who like what I call film wankers don't like the movies I like, but that's cool. Passengers was a really disappointing movie. It could have been so good. Yeah, like, I enjoyed it, but it wasn't anything like, whoa, you know? Like, I wanted to see them get to the other place, but the whole movie was about them being passengers, I guess, so... People super hate on Avatar movie. Oh, no, I loved Avatar. I thought Avatar was great. Visually, fucking whoa wee wows. So good. I don't care if it's Pocahontas remake. It's better than Pocahontas. I loved it. I thought Avatar was sick. Really liked Avatar. I'm really keen for whatever they do with the next one, because it looks like they're trying to do some crazy world building stuff with that. So I'm the same. I really liked Avatar. Trying to think what else stuff I liked that people hated. Probably a lot, to be honest. I just can't think of it. But yeah, there's such a variety of things that I do and enjoy, and I'm also just like, oh yeah. Pardon me. How long have I been streaming for? I'm not even aware. Whoa, 4 hours. Holy shit. Watch Avatar on acid in 3D recommended. Dude, that scene where they see all the plants and shit, that would be fucking wild. And I've never done drugs. I'm a straight edge man, so I've never done anything, but I can just imagine that would fuck you up. Man, so I took my wife to Disney World last October. We got to ride the Avatar ride. Holy shit, yeah. See, that would have been fucking sick, man. Love the movie, and being able to do that, yeah, that would have been so good. Especially if you loved the movie and the franchise around it. Like, that would have been fucking cool. Damn. I'm a bit jealous, man. I've never been to Disneyland or Disney World or any of those places, but I've been to, like, over here in Australia, they have Movie World, which is not the same, but it was still kind of cool. But they don't have any of the cool rides like you guys have in Disneyland there. I really would love to go to America for the Galaxy's Edge stuff. Like, that seems so cool. The closest I got to that was I got a VR headset and I played Squadrons, the game in 3D. That was sick. I loved that. That was so cool. Like, flying an X-Wing, legitimately, it felt like. Oh, it was great. I sucked at shooting and stuff in it, but I felt like a king. But yeah, the Avatar shit would have been so cool. Little jealous. I'm thinking I'm going to do these orange. We're going to use this orange, the Chimera orange. It's super fucking pigmented, bright orange. So we're going to paint the little nubby bits, the buttons orange. And I'm thinking little Yoda keycap's kind of done, fellas. He's looking good. But Yeah, I love the Avatar. I'm very keen to see what they did with the new one. There's another film that I know a lot of people said wasn't as good lately that came out that I want to see, just because I'm a fan of the director, and that was Peter Jackson. He did that Mortal Engines film. I know nothing about it, but I'm interested to like check it out and see what it's like, if that makes sense. Because I'm pretty open-minded with the movies, so I wouldn't mind checking that out and seeing what I think. I hadn't either until then. You strap onto the chair and it picks you up and places you over this huge pit, and there it is, this big ass projection screen, and it simulates your trial with bonding. Oh my god, that sounds so cool. Damn, that sounds so sick. What a fun fucking ride, huh? Dude, that would be like mind-blowing. That'd be so good. It's pretty good. You didn't mind it, Foxalotl? I'm gonna have to check it out because I just like Peter Jackson's work in general, and it's kind of like a cool concept, like moving cities and stuff. So visually, I'm interested to see what it is. There's another movie I wanted to check out too, that Valerian Thousand Worlds or something like that, because I know they had a lot of cool visual effects stuff work on that. And before miniature painting, I really liked 3D and CGI stuff, so it'd be cool to see like what they do with the visual effects on that. Like, I've heard the story wasn't fantastic, but that's okay. I'll just watch it for the pretty visuals. But hell yeah. Little orange buttons. The concept is awesome. The movie is okay. Nothing to get super hyped about, but worth a watch. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah, I just kind of go in pretty open-minded and just like, see what I think. And most of the time I find that way. I'm pretty like, I'm okay with most movies. It's probably weird. Like, I just don't hold them up to these crazy expectations, and I don't like... normally the first time of the viewing of any movie I go into, I try to watch it as if I was a child again, where you just like, you go on the ride that the director's kind of trying to show you through the film. The second time or the third time or the fourth time, because I watch the same film a lot, that's when I'll kind of like look at the camera shots and think of all that sort of directing stuff that they chose and why they did it. But the first time I just go in like a little kid, like, let's just go to the fucking movies and have fun. The concept... Mortal Engines had an interesting concept. Movie was okay. Same with Valerian. Yeah, I think it's the concepts that interest me. And I kind of see, like, what can I get out of the film? You know, like, as I like to do a lot of creative kind of world-building projects and stuff. It's kind of cool to see, like, what inspiration can I take from those properties and then bring it into my own miniature stuff and see what I can steal. So I think that'll be cool for that. Ugh. But yeah, as far as like, I don't think I really hate a movie. No, not that I can think of. Do you know what I don't like? I don't really like action movies. I just find it a bit boring. That's what I don't like. I've just never been into watching muscly dudes like punch on. I don't know. Unless they have a sword, then it's kind of cool. But with their fists, I'm like, yeah, it's kind of lame. But sword fighting, whew, that's way cooler. But movies are like a crazy thing. There's a lot of people with lots of strong opinions on films. I always love hearing why other people hate things. You know, it's interesting because I always find it interesting too when people like... I don't really read reviews for things, or like reviews on games, or really anything, to be honest. I kind of like to play it for myself and decide what I like. I'm just very fussy, and I don't like it when someone's like, this is a 10 out of 10, or this is a 0 out of 10. I'm like, hang on, you don't know me, you don't know what I fucking like. Let me tell you something, Mr. Reviewer. Your opinion means shit all to me, and I want to experience it for myself. And so I'm kind of iffy in that sense. So I just kind of like to figure out stuff for myself and see if I will enjoy it or hate it. But yeah, I know heaps of other people do like reviewers and review channels and things like that, but personally, not for me. Like the Cyberpunk game, I really liked it. I thought it was really the story. I haven't finished it yet, but I think the story's cool. Yeah, there's some bugs, but I don't care. But you know, I thoroughly enjoyed it so far. Anyway, it's good fun. I just don't play video games as much now because I'm trying to paint miniatures all the damn time. And same with No Man's Sky. When that game came out, I was like, I still to this day like it. I think it's a great game. Yeah, they could have done some stuff better or whatnot, and it wasn't what they kind of said it was going to be. But I don't have any butthurt on it. Like they definitely fulfilled their word with the whole. If you've ever played it since launch, now like holy shit, the amount of free content that they've just dropped, is wild. How's this looking? How you guys reckon? He's getting pretty close to finished, I think. A little Yoda keycap. I'll be sure to take some proper photos so people can see it properly. But Gia Berserker. No Man's Sky was the most repetitive game ever. There was no goal. There 100% wasn't. Yeah, it was like get to the end of the universe, restart the entire game again, and do the same thing. For me, it wasn't like, I don't know, it wasn't a story game. It was more of like, actually, the best way I put it is, it wasn't a game. It was an experience, because I just liked flying around. It didn't really bother me. But I heard they made improvements into. Oh yeah, there's so many improvements now, man. It's like base building, farming. It's kind of like Space Minecraft. It seems like what they're going for, but it's still not at that Space Minecraft level yet. But it's definitely, if you wanted a story, not the game for you at all. Whoopsie, I clicked the wrong button. But yeah, it definitely isn't a story-focused game. It's very much a, like I said, an experience. If you want to fly a ship and you want to fly around space and do all that stuff, but if you like it's kind of like RuneScape, where you just want to grind away at some meaningless skill for fucking 6 months of your life, it's great for that. But that's about it, unfortunately. But now that it's got a lot of updates, it's kind of fun. It's still like, one of those games. You hate it or you love it. And like you said, they lost you after launch, so it's just like, yeah, maybe don't bother going back. Might not be better. Like, I can't talk because I recently started playing Star Citizen. So, I'm a sucker for games that aren't finished, that promise a lot of things that they haven't delivered yet. But Star Citizen so far has been fun. Like, I just play it with a couple of the guys in the chat here. But it's fun. It's kind of like a space simulation game because I'm very into The Expanse at the moment as well. So after playing The Expanse, after watching The Expanse and like reading the books, I'm just like, God damn, I want to fucking. How funny! I'm currently playing Star Citizen. Yeah, see, I generally think it's fun, and I kind of like the development path they're going with. Like, it's pretty cool. It's a sick game. I'm very basic newbie to it, but I do enjoy just flying a spaceship around. Let's take this guy off. Just want to make sure my hands aren't super dirty because I've just blue tacked him on here lightly. There we go, guys. Look at that. A resin keycap. All printed and painted. So yeah, nice, cool little keyboard kit. This is to be my escape key, I think, on my keyboard. So I just kept it grey in there just because, couldn't be bothered. But I'll give him that coat in that clear coat that I was talking about earlier. And we'll definitely take some photos later to put him on the keyboard so you can kind of see how he looks. But let me see if I can make this bigger. Let me do some tech whiz work. After I move I got so many busts out for show and tell that they're all over the place. You'll put you in the way while I do this thing.
Alright. Where are we going? Click the arrow down. This one. Configure. Please ignore the sounds. Hold little Yodi, little Yodel up here. Let's go to the focus. There we go. So that's what we've done today. Little keycap for my keyboard, little Yoda. It's very kind of sketchy and a bit different from my normal painting, but it is just for a little keycap. As you can see, I busted his ear like an absolute fool, but that's alright. Make mistakes. But yeah, I've got a little Baby Yoda custom mechanical keyboard keycap now. How cool, right? So, I'm happy with how he turned out, to be honest. A lot of fun. Lots of fun. Now, let me put this fucking back so no one has a stroke. Oh, here you go. Let's actually show some up-close detail. There you go. There's the dwarf up close. This is the latest, second latest bust I did. So you can kind of see this guy. He looks great now. Thank you. There you go. That's where it's more in focus. So yeah, he had the dual light source with this guy and the OSL. The latest one, which I've shown a few times this stream, was this lady. So I finished her last night, so she was really fun. So glad to have had her finished up because I enjoyed. She was a kind of a chill out bust from the last one. He is very nice. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, that's the cyberpunk chick. Oh yeah, this is someone asked before about the one that's in my picture, display man, the druid down there, Cormac. So very nice. Lucas Pina sculpt as well. Really great sculptor. Spira Mirabler Miniatures, if you're interested. Highly recommend checking out his work. Like, fantastic sculptor. So what we have next to work on, so you people can see. Do you airbrush them at all? I do not airbrush. I do not airbrush them. No, I suck at it with an airbrush. That's something I do want to get better. Like this chick here, I've had this question a few times. Her skin is just pure glazes and stipples. Let me try bring it in super close for you to have a better look at. But no airbrush. We do it the hard way. Maybe that's a bit better. But essentially, her face is lots of glazing, like I showed you, and lots of stippling highlights. So here is all stippled, here up in the forehead here, and then this. There's lots of glazing here to get that sort of effect on the cheeks there for the shading. But yeah, no airbrush. To be honest, I would use an airbrush if I was good enough, but I'm not. So hopefully, I probably should have painted more of her on stream. I started her face in the last stream that I did, but I also totally messed it up. Like I totally continued to do more work off of stream. But yeah, that was her. Well, that's her. So she was fun. You don't need it, mate. The only reason I would really use the airbrush is it speeds things up like a hell of a lot, you know? Like I'd be able to do busts a bit faster and stuff like that. But I'm pretty happy with this little fella today. Little Yodi. But yeah, there's some great painters who use it, who use the airbrush and they pump out stuff. That's the only reason I would personally use it for, I think, is for that. Keyboard test. Yeah, actually, you know what? I might go give it a coat in the matte varnish first just to seal it because I don't want to stick it in my keyboard and then fucking smack it and then it just screws up. So let me go
put a coat on this real quick, and then we'll come back. Can I see the answer? You sure can. Ready? Dun, 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 brrr. There you go. It's just unprimed resin. So unprimed was a bit of blue tack still in there. But that's all it is. So yeah, nothing fancy. Just unprimed resin keycap. As you can see here, I actually fucked up the print big time. So I warped, the sides aren't perfectly level. And that's just me because I'm not very good at setting up keyboard supports. I'm loving this stream. I'm glad. Thank you. Did I show you the castle? You seen this? Look, this is how you enter. This is how the stream starts. I welcome you into the castle, and when the stream ends, we we close the door and we just leave you out there so I can stay inside by myself. Yeah, we've got a castle. Ready? We've also got a little window, so now you can't see anything. No one knows what's going on. Except for Gandalf, just sitting here. As you can see, I got too much time on my hands, and this is what I spent my evenings doing. But this is the just chatting screen, essentially. This is way too fun. I'm glad someone else finds my stupid humor fun, because I thoroughly enjoyed this part of it. I need to figure out how to animate some flames, because the ones we've got over here, they're not really doing too good, and they're quite low res. So we got to fix that up next time, I think, when I can be bothered. But for the moment, just getting this stupid door gimmick to work, the best. I was very stoked. Dude, save your monies. You don't need a sub. No need to sub at all. Save your monies. No subbing required. We're here to have fun and to hang out and chat. Just the follow is more than enough. So seriously, don't worry about subbing. No subbing, or I won't let you back in. Yeah, I don't need the subscriptions. Save it for yourself to buy other things, hobbies, whatever. But yeah, the door's fucking stupid, but I fucking love it. Hey, this is the best part. Ready? Yeah, bye bye. Oh. All right, enough being an idiot. But yeah, this is Oh, I closed the door. Fuck. Wait. Oh, there we go. Yeah, we got... Look at this. Want to see the stream magic? This is the jank, right? It's just Gandalf. It's just a gif of Gandalf bobbing his head. But it looks cool when you put... Oh, shit. Wait. There we go. So yeah, tricked you all. Everyone thinks I'm a technical wizard. But I'm just an absolute idiot. But there you go. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream, or this stream. I hope you continue to come back. But yeah, don't worry about subscribing. Not needed at all. This is, like I said, this is for funs, for hangouts and stuff like that when people got nothing else to do. I will show you what we're working on next now. I was going to do this earlier. Next, we got a cyberpunk badass lady here. Her name's Zen from Neko Galaxy Miniatures. Neko Galaxy. So we're going to be using her as the next project. Now, this project is going to be like this, on this big ass plinth here. And the idea is I want to build a backdrop, very much like my Mandalorian backdrop. Let me show you if you didn't see it. So I want to build a backdrop very much like this one. So I want to have a sort of... thank you so much for chucking that in the chat, Mole Man. So yeah, I want to have a backdrop panel like this for her, but I want to build like a city front here. Now the colors I'm thinking, no fucking idea. It's probably going to be a lot of cool tones, a lot of purples, some neon pinks maybe, like very cyberpunky aesthetic-y colors. But as far as like the bike goes, no idea. Kind of Akira inspired maybe. The character, I have no idea either. I will look at some reference stuff, and maybe I'll show you the stream how I come up with reference material and color palettes before I dive into painting, if people are interested in that kind of stuff. Because it's a lot of just me winging most stuff. I dropped something then, but I don't know what that was. My bust's okay? Is that okay? Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, she's next. She's the next project. Yeah, I did think of that. I did think of the Akira style. I was kind of thinking of the bike too. Oh shit! I might try and do the bike, kind of like a different version of a sort of Akira style bike, which would be kind of cool. I'd have to watch the movie again and get some like still frames from it for like inspiration. But that'd be kind of cool to try and paint a backdrop and then build some stuff out from it too. Like I'd love to make this area here like a street, so like have it sort of on an angle too. So the street would be half of it, and then this would be the road. So then I could have like bits of trash and concrete and stuff all along the top here. So I can add sort of elements to it, which I think would be really cool. Oh. But yeah, I think that's the goal. Is this next, along with some sculpting on the boar here. And then we also have a Bilbo Baggins scene that I've been wanting to do for a long time. I have a beautiful little miniature from GW of Bilbo Baggins, and I wanted to paint that up into a display piece as well. So I think that's what I'll be working on next. For sure. Oh, and also for anyone interested in Mandalorians, bunch of Mandalorians to paint up from Star Wars Legion. So I might do that. Bog made a really cool idea that I might let chat design. I'll pick the color schemes for some of them, and we might create a cool like theme around them that way. And I've also got this guy's going to paint up Mr. Robot, Dr. Robot Man, but I never finished him. I never got around to him today. But Geo's idea. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. And listen, I just remembered an O, but that's okay. You can take full credit. Geo's idea, everybody. I goofed that up because I'm stupid. But I think we might wrap the stream up there, guys. I've streamed for how long? Oh my, dude, 5 hours on the dot. Wow, holy shit. Yeah, we might end the stream there. I might go raid some other miniature painter though, and like show them some love, because I'm a big fan of spreading the hobby love to fellow makers and crafters within the community. Yes, the Pug Champ logo, Vu. That's what I like to see. Little Lando, little Pug Champ. That's it, Mole Man. So yeah, we're gonna go spam someone with some Mole Man. Oh my god, we're gonna go spam someone with some Pug Champ love for anyone who has the emote. But we want to support other community miniature painters and makers. So we'll go have a look. We'll see who's online, what people are doing. Now, I've got to remember, this last Sunday when I streamed, right, I raided someone, I fucking ended the stream. I didn't end the stream, and I was live for another 2 hours. Not even shitting you. Like, I literally forgot to turn my stream off, end it, and it was just me sitting here picking my fucking nose. Like, there was clips for it that Mole Man clipped, but something's gone wrong with the VOD. I'm trying to download it for a YouTube video, and Twitch haven't got back to me about it. But not kidding, it's just it's just deleted. Wait, let me see if I can show you. It's just like this. It's just like this. It's just me going. It's just like this. I fucking forgot. 2 hours. It didn't even stretch do it live. So it was awful. It was just me sitting there being a fucking loser. Alright, let me go to... Sorry if you can hear my mic's right under my mouse, so my mouse clicks might be very aggressive, and I apologise. Oh wait, did I see? What was that? Oh, Mr. Wample. Guys, we're gonna raid Mr. Wample. He's such a good guy. James Wample, if you haven't seen... He's a great streamer, fellow miniature painter streamer. Highly, I love that guy. Create a dashboard. I'm new to Twitch streaming, so excuse all my fucking boomer-like attempts at everything. Alright. Thank you so much to everyone, too, who, hey, you could have been doing something else much worse than taking the nose picking. Dude, that's what I was worried about. Can you imagine? Just sitting here and I'm just like, oh, feeling a bit saucy now. Let's just swap over to some different kind of media. Fuck, can you imagine? Oh my god. So today, I'm end stream button. I'm 100% sure I'll click it. But thank you so much to everyone who stuck around from Two Dorks, One Brushes raid and Tom and Rachel's raid. Highly appreciate it. And it's so nice to chat with a lot of you out of his Discord and stuff. Excited to know you stream. Thanks, man. I appreciate that a lot. So I appreciate all the follows today. I appreciate the subs from Green Boy. It was really nice chatting with you all. It was a super fun Sunday for me. I hope you all had fun. And I look forward to seeing what we all do in the future as far as creative stuff goes together and what other hobby stuff we do. So have a good one, guys. We're going to go raid Wample and show him some love. But thanks so much, everybody. Really appreciate it. I had such a fun time today. So take care. Make sure you do some good hobby crafting, and we'll go see Mr. Wample. See ya! Did I do that? Oh, I don't know if I did it. Did it work? I think it worked. Yeah, it worked.
Oh, thank you so much for the raid too. That's a series of events right there. So thank you so much for the follow and the raid. Thank you, Son of Wow. Thank you very much. That is much appreciated. Oh, Green Boy and Velociraptor.
Hello, little hobbits. Spark my gun.
Thank you very much, Go Berserker, for the follow.